are doing it live. This is the final round of the 2015 Psicobloc Masters from the Olympic Training Facility here in Park City, Utah. I'm Brian Reynolds with Chris Widener, and Chris, the Seago Comp is a really special event.
It sure is, Brian. I'm really psyched to be here. Psicobloc is more of a celebration of climbing than a competition. It certainly is a competition, and it's definitely a combo of difficulty and speed.
Yep.
And first climber to the top wins.
Yep, and we're looking forward to seeing that in about 15 minutes. We'll get started, but right now we have a special guest joining us, none other than Chris Sharma. Chris, thanks for being here.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me, huh?
Yeah, great seeing you, Chris.
We're here, third year in a row, so it's awesome.
Yeah, talk about that evolution, the idea you had a few years ago to have this comp, and now we're here with year number 3.
The idea for this comp comes from, climbing deep water soloing in Mallorca, and, pretty much from there we did an event in Bilbao, Spain, and then the next event was to do it here, and it just kind of has been evolving over the years, and super proud to see it all coming together and everyone just pitching in to make it happen, and just really kind of like a community effort, and like you said, just a celebration of climbing and bringing everybody together, having a good time, and that's really what climbing is all about. So it's great to be able to keep this thing happening.
Yeah, that's awesome. So you don't actually participate in competitions that much anymore, except for like Psicobloc competitions.
Yeah, I never retired from competitions or anything, but I don't compete very regularly, but this is definitely kind of like my baby, and I think in the end it's like what we're trying to do is just put on a good show and get people psyched and show the world how rad climbing is. So I'm happy to be in the event as well as behind the scenes, just to do whatever I can to make our sport look as rad as possible.
That's awesome. I can't think of anything better to make this sport look rad than Psicobloc.
Yeah.
What can people expect with this year's comp, Chris? What has changed throughout the years? What can people expect to see tonight?
Well, this is kind of a new idea. We've just been kind of evolving it year after year, trying to improve on it. The format's pretty similar, but trying to perfect the route. I think the first year we did it, the route was maybe a little too hard. Last year, the route might have been a little bit too easy. After the seeding round yesterday, I feel like the route's really good. It's a really good in between. It's a combination of difficulty and speed, so it's hard to find that sweet spot. But
exactly,
I think it's pretty good. It's every year try to do it a little bit better, and it's cool to see it all come together. So hopefully these clouds will stay away. Knock on wood. And
we've been watching a lot of weather.
Get through these 2 rounds, and so everyone here can enjoy it, and everyone watching can check it out as well. So
awesome. And you got to try out the route yesterday. What's your impression of the men's route?
So, like we were saying, it's this challenge to fine tune it, and you want this element of speed, this kind of element of a race, but you don't want it to be a pure speed climb. So
sure.
It's this fine balance, and at the same time, if you have any stopper moves, you don't want everybody falling off in the same spot. So I think it's pretty good. There's the dyno down low is a little bit. It's a little bit farther than last year. And
what's it like to have to do a dyno like that, 20 feet above the water?
I guess I'm pretty experienced at that.
Yeah, you've done a few dynos over some water.
But at the same time, like every year for me, it's it's a bit of a wake-up call. Especially like yesterday when the men come out, we're hanging out in kind of like the isolation zone in the dark. And you come out and it's like fully lit up. These bright holds, and all of a sudden you're like whip up the water, and you got to do these crazy explosive dynos. And I mean, that's kind of the idea with the seeding round, is to have a chance to try this route so we can really make a spectacular route. Because if this was just an on-site comp, it would be a lot riskier to put moves like that. So,
sure.
Having a chance to try it out, it kind of gives us that freedom to really make some crazy movements.
Mm-hmm. And I cut you off there. What was the rest of the route like after that dyno?
So it's then after you do the dyno, you go through the roof. It starts to become more like rope climbing, or endurance climbing. It has some bouldery sections, and it's hard to move fast through it. So I mean, it's going to be impressive to watch Sean. He's such a rad competitor and just a really fast climber. I think he's really well suited for this event. But it's going to be interesting. It's also when you go fast, it's really easy to make mistakes.
That's right.
It's like that fine balance, and then in the last move, it gets pretty hard. There's a big move with Sloper, and yeah, just that fine balance of going fast and not making mistakes. So for me, it's really challenging that aspect of going fast. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good show. So
yeah, we're
pretty
really looking
psyched.
forward to it.
Yep, looks like a great route. I'm excited to see all these finalists.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Well, with that, I think we'll let Chris go and get ready. Chris will be climbing in the men's group a little bit later tonight. The women will be up first, so I'm sure he'll be out there cheering on the women. Any favorites you have in the women's field before we let you go?
You know, it's a great field. Everyone's just it's an awesome group of people. So I'm just super proud to be, have all of these people involved, and then it seems like there's so many people that could win. So
Yeah.
I'm just kind of rooting for everybody. And like I said, and like you said too, it's much more than just a competition. Of course, it's fun to like have a little bit of competition. And this is about making a show. It's about celebrating our sport. So that's kind of the bottom line. So
Awesome.
Just everyone go out there and try their best, and have a smile on their face. That's the most important thing. So
That's great. Yeah.
Definitely. Well, Chris, thanks so much for stopping
Cool.
by. Thanks for
Yeah,
everything you do for the
well,
sport.
enjoy.
Best
Yeah,
of luck.
psych.
Thanks, Chris.
yeah, see you guys soon.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
Right on.
Yeah.
Thanks to Chris Sharma for stopping by. While we roll through our pre-show here, we've got about, I'd say, 10 minutes before climbing gets started. Just getting the competitors warmed up. You've seen some of the shots throughout this Olympic training facility here in Park City, Utah. It's really a beautiful venue, Chris. You see some threatening clouds there. We've been watching the weather all day today, all yesterday, hoping that the rain will hold off. Right now it looks promising, but we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Obviously, it's a safety issue if it starts to rain. It's just not really good conditions for.
Right.
Even though the competitors are going to be getting very wet, they'd like to do that after they're done climbing, not while they're climbing. So
That's right. And speaking of safety, we're going to head into the rules, competition rules. Starting position, Brian, is basically one hand and 1 foot on the wall, although they've kind of switched that up a little bit. It looks like they just kind of start climbing like you would. Starting commands are ready, attention, go, and the climb is finished when both hands are on top of the wall.
yeah, that's an important point. Not just one hand on top of the wall.
It is. There were some close calls last year where one woman would have a hand up and the next one just barely matched it. So that's going to be an important rule, actually.
And like you said in the intro, fastest climber to the top in each of the heats wins. We're going to be having the competitors face off in a duel format, so head-to-head, whoever gets to the top wins and moves along. In the unlikely event of a tie, the outcome is going to be determined by this very nebulous boldness factor, in air quotes. This is where the judges that are judging the competition are just going to kind of make a semi-arbitrary decision on who climbed the best. I don't expect that it's going to come to that. These competitors know that they don't want to leave it to the judges.
I'm kind of hoping for a tie, though, because I want to know what that actually means. But anyway, we'll figure it out.
And moving along to safety, obviously, these competitors are climbing a 55-foot Walltopia wall above a pool of water. The pool has gotten deeper this year. It's 16 feet, 6 inches deep, so they've got a little more cushion in the water down there, but safety is still a big factor. They want to come off the wall as controlled as possible, go into the water as controlled as possible, make sure everyone's safe. If anything does happen, we do have lifeguards, EMTs, and a scuba diver in the water.
That's right, a scuba diver in the water. I love that. That is so fun.
So yeah, safety first at Psicobloc. So we get a good look at that 55-foot tall wall. You see the ominous Death Star volume at the top there. Saw a lot of competitors come flying off the wall up there, nearly 55 feet off the wall. Makes for some exciting sports action. And while we have a minute here, we're going to go through the women's field. Women competed last night in a seeding round to decide the order that they're going to face off tonight. Our number one qualifier was Claire Buhrfeind, our champion from last year, the favorite coming in this year, and she showed yesterday why she's a favorite. Looked very smooth and controlled. She still has never fallen off the Seco Comp wall in this competition.
Amazing.
Topped out every single time. So Claire Buhrfeind, our number one qualifier, facing off against Katie Lambert in the first pairing there. Next up is going to be Paige Claassen against Hanna Tolson, followed by Kyra Condie facing off against Angie Payne. And rounding out this half of the bracket, it'll be Charlotte Durif, French champion, threat to win it, I think, facing off against Courtney Woods.
And in the next round of females, we're going to have Delaney Miller, 2-time second place winner. So she's definitely gunning for the top this year. We know that. She'll be pitting against Alex Johnson. Then we have Megan Martin versus Maya Madere. Emily Harrington versus Punta Rica Tunyavanich, and she's an invited climber from Thailand. Sydney Trinidad versus JC Hunter. It's going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, and within those 12 women, or 16, excuse me, there were 12 invited athletes and then 4 qualifiers. The 4 qualifiers were Hanna Tolson, Charlotte Durif, Maya Madere, and Sydney Trinidad. And Sydney qualified in 2nd place yesterday, so she made it in the qualifier Wednesday, seeded 2nd yesterday, a threat to win it. That'll be really exciting to see if one of our qualifiers can upset the invited athletes.
That's
take
right.
Down the Psicobloc round.
Just like last year with Claire Buhrfeind winning.
That's right.
Yeah.
So yeah, Claire definitely, I think, the favorite in a lot of people's brackets out there. If you haven't filled it out, you have about 5 minutes to go to the LT11 Facebook page and get your bracket in for the chance to win some autographed Chris Sharma swag.
Nice.
Highly coveted, I would say.
Definitely.
Getting a good look at the venue. You can see the swimmer in the pool there. This pool is about 64 degrees, they were telling us, which is not exactly refreshing when you hit the water.
Exactly. And I think we're going to throw it to JT now, the in-house commentator.
Terrible. Terrible. Listen, need some energy. How's everybody doing tonight? Good night. Welcome to the 2015 Psicobloc Masters. I'm Jonathan Thiesinga. This is Colette McInerney, and we are going to be your hosts tonight. We are going to keep you psyched. The climbers are going to keep you psyched. We need you to stay motivated and cheer them on. This is the 3rd year we've done this. Every year it's gotten better. If you saw the semifinals last night, you saw a great show. If you've been here the previous years, thank you very much for coming back. Buckle up, get ready to ride. We're starting straight away. We're going to call out all the female competitors now to line up. So we have a collection of some of the best competition climbers in North America here tonight. We also have climbers from France as well. So this is the real deal. They practiced on this route yesterday. They know what to do. So this is our crew. Let me just quickly explain to you what you're going to see. What we have here are 2 routes. They are identical, 55 feet tall. We're going to have the competitors go head to head. They're going to traverse out, get set. I'll say ready, set, go, and then it's a drag race. Whoever gets to the highest point fastest, they move on. We'll keep you updated as we go along. When they get to the top, they can either down climb a little bit and jump off, or if everybody yells and goes crazy, they will jump off the top. But it's going to be massive crowd participation is crucial. So thank you in advance for bringing the stoke. So please welcome 16 of your best female climbers in North America. All right, let's get started. Ladies, thank you very much. Here we go. You guys ready to get your shoes on? Let's do it.
All right, well, excited about seeing Claire versus Katie. This is going to be great. Claire is, of course, last year's winner, and Katie Lambert is kind of a dark horse in this. She's mostly a trad climber, outdoor crusher, has climbed 514, a bunch of 513 cracks, even some on site, and she's the shortest competitor, and that showed yesterday in the qualifiers rather, where she just couldn't quite reach a hold, and she fell off twice in the same spot. She told me earlier her goal was simply to do that move. So we'll see how that goes for Katie.
Yeah, this is about as far as you get from 513 crack climbing.
Exactly.
As JT mentioned in that introduction, these climbers are competing on identical routes. There you can see on the left, the green holds, on the right, the yellow holds. They are the exact same holds and moves for all the competitors, so it's even competition on either route, with Katie Lambert stepping up on the right side of the wall.
It's worth noting that Katie Lambert is more than twice the age of Claire Buhrfeind. Katie's 35, and Claire has just turned 17.
Then they were able to compete against the invited climbers. Last year, we had a girl named Claire Buhrfeind in Texas. She did the open qualifier. Just showed up out of high school.
Claire looking to win her 2nd consecutive Psicobloc Masters.
Winning the comp last year.
Claire's one of the infamous Team Texas climbers, including Delaney Miller, who was last year's second place winner, and the absent Margot Hayes. She is not able to compete in this because of a back injury, but she is hoping to be here next year.
It's all about speed, nothing else matters.
Climbers will traverse onto the wall and get into the starting position.
We ready to go?
They'll wait the signal from JT to get started.
Let's go. All right. Payne, Claire, you're start
Not now, I guess.
He said I was supposed to do an interview after Chris, so I was hanging around here, but I know they're going to start, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Now you see the climbers have to start with their feet matched and their hands matched on the 2 volumes. Now I say, ready, set, go.
And here we go. The 2015 Psicobloc Masters final round is underway. Claire Buhrfeind against Katie Lambert, and Claire out to a quick lead. The competitors were talking, Chris, about the kind of intricate climbing at the start here.
That's right. Yeah, they couldn't quite get out of the races as quickly as they did last year. And Claire, of course, is a speed champion, a 6-time junior champion, that is. And so Claire is favored to win this, but we'll see. Katie is a crusher, and I think she's getting, what, a few moves away from that move that she couldn't quite make happen yesterday. We'll see.
Claire with a nice lead so far. Katie knows that Claire can finish the route, so she knows that if she wants to advance, she's going to have to get to the top of the wall fastest.
Claire's looking super relaxed. She knows she doesn't have to rush too far. She's just measuring herself to stay a few moves ahead of Katie. You can tell this route is harder than last year, Brian, just by the speed at which they're climbing. Even when they didn't have to rush last year, they were climbing much faster than this. They seem to have a pretty great respect for this route in that sense.
Yeah, I think last year's route was quite a bit easier at the bottom, just a different style that lent itself to faster climbing, but this part in the route here is where they can really start to turn on the speed.
That's right.
And they want to, because they're going to start getting tired. You can see the angle of the wall there from that shot. Claire nearing the 40-foot mark.
That's right. The estimate for this difficulty is somewhere in the 12 plus 13 minus range, and there goes Katie Lambert.
And so, Chris, since Claire was ahead of Katie when she fell, see if she decides to come down. And it looks like she's going to just drop her chalk bag off.
That's right, because she doesn't have to finish. She already won this round, so no need to waste energy. She already knows the route from climbing yesterday, and she decides to conserve energy. Good plan, good plan.
So no surprise there, our number 1 qualifier, Claire Buhrfeind, is going to move on to the next round. As we get set for our next matchup, it's going to feature Paige Claassen and Hanna Tolson. Paige making a rare competition appearance here. One of the best female sport climbers in the country.
And definitely a big history of competitions as well. She won competitions for decades, and she's competed in world events and has focused lately on outdoor climbing, but it's great to see her back in the competition scene.
And on the right side of the wall is going to be Hanna Tolson. She is one of our qualifiers. She's climbing out of Phoenix, Arizona. Competition climber in the youth circuit. Great to see her here on the Seco Comp stage.
Hanna Tolson's new to me, man. I haven't seen her compete before.
Well, that's the beauty of that qualifying round on Wednesday. Anybody can come out and try and make their way into the show here. And that's exactly what Hannah's done.
Paige used to climb in a lot of comps, and lately she's tapered off on that and really started to focus on outdoor climbing. She climbed 514B when she was 19. She just climbed Just Do It this past year.
Paige definitely has a pretty impressive outdoor resume, having climbed 514C at Smith Rock, Oregon, a route called Just Do It. Looks like she's pretty comfortable. I don't think she's forgotten her competition routes, Brian.
No, I don't think you ever do. Although I don't think her routes involve climbing over a giant swimming pool, so
that's right.
That's kind of the X factor with Paige here. We know that she's definitely strong enough to get up this route in a hurry, but
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so amazing about this whole competition in general. Like, nobody here is used to climbing over a freaking pool of water 55 feet off the ground. So that's what's so fun about Psicobloc. There's that X factor of fear that we definitely saw in the ladies yesterday, and some of the men for sure, where you're just not used to taking that kind of a whip.
Yeah, they know that you don't want to come off the wall uncontrolled. And it's hard to do when you get in the steep section here to climb quickly, but also maintain control in case you do come off.
Now this is when the pump starts to kick in for Payne. She knows she wants to conserve her energy, but she also
This is the same route the climbers climbed yesterday, though, so they're familiar with these moves. They know what the holds are going to feel like. It's going to allow them to go faster as these rounds progress, as the competition heats up.
It looks like Paige is pretty measured as well. She has enough comp experience to know that she just needs to stay a few moves ahead of her competitor. And I gotta say, Brian, I'm kind of impressed here because she just hasn't done that much competing lately, but she's looking great. For that matter, Hanna Tolson's also doing really well.
Yeah, she's climbing really smooth. She obviously can see that Paige is several moves ahead of her, so she's going to have to pick up the pace if she wants to out-duel Paige Claassen here.
It looks like Paige just had to try there for a second. I wasn't expecting that yet. This last part is hard. This is a place where we will maybe see some of these women falling off.
Yeah, Paige looks very comfortable, though. She's got one more move to get to the top in this opening round matchup.
Being really precise. That was awesome.
Paige Claassen moving on. She will face Claire Buhrfeind in the second round.
Ooh, that's going to be an interesting one.
But Hanna can still finish up here. This is all just bonus climbing for her.
So Paige is going to move on to the next round. Hanna,
see if she can decide what she wants to do here.
She's looking a little nervous, taking a deep breath. That's what I'd be doing up there.
We saw a lot of the women stall out on this move yesterday. It's where they start to get tired and the fear starts to kick in. You see Paige at the top of the wall there cheering her on, though.
I love that about this competition too, Brian. Everybody is so supportive of each other. And in fact, we saw during the comp yesterday that some of the males and females were looking at each other as they were climbing up the wall, kind of congratulating each other on completing a dyno or a hard move. It's pretty exciting that way. You just don't get that kind of camaraderie in, say, a World Cup competition.
Yeah, it's definitely a unique format where the climbers are competing side by side like this.
Will she make it? She's looking good. She's looking tired, but she's looking controlled. All right, got some really good crowd support here. That's what we need. Awesome.
Come on, Hanna, you got it.
I believe this will be her first time to the top of the wall. Nice job by Hanna Tolson.
Excellent. That's so fun. Look at that. Competitors embracing. That's so fun.
Nice job by both competitors. Paige Claassen will be moving on. But great performance by Hanna Tolson this weekend. Looking forward to seeing more of her as the years come along here. And as the climbers prepare to jump off the wall, remember, chime in on Twitter, Instagram with #SicoComp. Keep clogging the feed all weekend with your pictures and your feedback on the Psicobloc Masters.
That was a pretty fun dismount. I think Paige kind of overcorrected there. Interesting to note, this year they added this down climb that Paige just did, but it appears that Hanna might be just jumping from the top. I think Hanna's going to have fun with this. Hanna's getting the countdown from the crowd. There she goes. Awesome. Those bubbles, by the way, you see in the pool are designed originally for the ski jump, which we will have at halftime. They soften the fall, and it's kind of cool that they included that this year for the climbers.
And we did mention the open there, Chris. The pool is deeper. It's because it's actually much bigger than it was last year. They pushed out the end of the pool, made it deeper, so they could add some more ski jumps in here and make the pool a little better situated for climbing.
That's awesome. Now if they could just order slightly less windy weather next year, that'd be even better. But fortunately, so far the rain has held off. I'm hoping that'll stay.
We're right on to our next pairing. Kyra Condie on the left against Angie Payne on the right. Kyra's 19 years old, out of Minnesota.
Angie's 30 years old, from Cincinnati, lives in Boulder and has now for a long time. Quite a few Boulder, Colorado climbers represented here. Angie's the first.
It's almost like there's climbing there or something. I don't know. I've never been there.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Boulder either. I hear there's a scene.
Kyra is a highly decorated youth competitor in all disciplines, speed, bouldering, and sports, so she likes to climb fast, really no matter what the format is, so this suits her pretty well.
So this is kind of exciting. These two are actually pretty close. We didn't see this very much yesterday, so right now this really could come down to the speed. We'll see how Angie feels. She tends to get a little scared like anybody with a normal brain might, right about here, actually. So we'll see if she can push through that.
Yeah, we'll see if Angie stalled just past this part yesterday, but she had a really big win in the home improvement arena today. She fixed a garage, so I think she's feeling a little more confidence today.
Nice.
She got some nice home improvement work done before she got out here on this Psicobloc wall. They're neck and neck right now, but Kyra turning on the gas here.
Yeah, you can kind of see, you can almost see Angie's fear. She gets kind of tense, she gets a little slower, she gets more measured, but so far she's higher than she got to yesterday, so This is her first time touching those holds.
Yeah, this is all new terrain for Angie Payne as Kyra Condie nears the top of the wall. It's going to be Kyra Condie moving on from this pairing, defeating Angie Payne by a few moves here, but I think Angie's going to be happy to get to the top of this wall.
I think she's going to be psyched.
I mean, this, as a boulder, this is like 5 times longer than she's used to climbing.
Yeah.
In one stretch, so they should feel very happy about this.
Yeah, well, that was sick. So Kyra just won that one, but Angie got to the top, so it was kind of a win-win.
So far, most of the women have gotten to the top of the wall. So as the rounds go along, we've seen that the route is pretty doable for them. They're going to have to start climbing faster and faster if they want to take down this Psicobloc crown in the $5,000 first place prize.
There's always a little extra time here taken by these finishers who get to the top trying to figure out how they're going to get down. Because I'll remind you, they are not allowed to down climb off the back of the wall. So they are required to jump off.
No matter how many times you see that, Chris, that's still...
I know, I love it.
Terrifying.
I'm glad I don't have to do that. Although next year we're going to hold hands and jump off the top for sure.
Moving through this opening round of the women's Psicobloc Masters. We're almost halfway through. Next up, we're going to see Charlotte Durif and Courtney Woods getting onto the wall. Charlotte on the left, Courtney on the right. Charlotte Durif, multi-time French champion. As Courtney Woods, I think, just lost her chalk bag.
Her chalk bag fell off immediately. Oh, that's a bummer.
Courtney's 27 years old, lives in Boulder, Colorado. Really into yoga when she's not climbing. Also really into Daniel Woods when she's not climbing.
Charlotte Durif is a French competitor, and this is her first time at Psicobloc. Actually, it's Courtney's as well, isn't it?
I believe that's correct, Chris.
Yeah, so that's fun. We always have a couple international climbers, and Punta Rica from Thailand is one, and Charlotte's the other here.
Some viewers may remember Charlotte from the SCS Nationals competition a couple years ago in Boulder. She took first place. One of the strongest women in the world. Fun to see her in this format, because I normally think of her as more of a controlled and methodical climber, and that doesn't get you very far on the Psicobloc wall.
That's right. And in fact, right now, Charlotte's behind Courtney right now, which is interesting. I wouldn't have expected to see that yet, but this is great. Looks like they're pushing each other.
Courtney did not top out the wall during the seeding round yesterday, and Charlotte did both times, so maybe Charlotte knows that she just has to kind of hold on. Anything can happen here. Courtney could easily top this out. They're about neck and neck right now. Charlotte made up some ground there, though, Chris. She just pulled right even with Courtney Woods there.
Courtney's stalling out a little bit. Looks like she's kind of, she's looking down at the water.
As soon as you look down, it's over.
She's just a little too gripped to go for it.
Courtney Woods hitting the eject button, much to the dismay of this crowd here in Park City. And that's going to be it for Courtney Woods. Charlotte, I guess she's going to complete her warm-up here.
Yeah.
Take it to the top of the wall. I think we'll see some competitors do that if they're near the top. That way they can kind of control how they jump into the water as opposed to just hanging off and dropping in. No, Charlotte yesterday climbed down those holds in the middle.
The cheater holds. That's what I do, though. Until we hold hands, that is, from the top of the wall.
So we are now halfway through the women's bracket in this first round. All the favorites have moved on so far. Claire Buhrfeind, Paige Claassen, Kyra Condie, and Charlotte Durif be facing off in the next round. Be moving on to the bottom half of our women's bracket. So you see Delaney Miller and Alex Johnson out on the wall for the first time.
As I mentioned earlier, Brian, Delaney got second place in the first two Psicobloc competitions, so I know that she wants it bad. She wants first place this year. And Alex Johnson climbed really well yesterday until she kind of hit that wall of fear, and she ended up letting go a little bit like Courtney just did. So I think if Delaney climbs well, if she climbs like she normally does, I don't anticipate there being a huge challenge, but we'll see. You never know with Psicobloc.
All right, and helping us out all weekend, or all night I should say, is pro climber Nina Williams. She's gonna be down by the pool interviewing our athletes as they get out of the pool, and right now Nina's with one of our climbers. Take it away, Nina.
Charlotte, that was an excellent climb, very smooth, very powerful. I have to ask you, I noticed you climbed all the way to the top even after your competitor had fallen. Do you think it's scarier to drop from the top or drop actually falling from the wall?
It depends where you are in the wall. Like, because the spot I were like 2 holes apart, I was kind of scared to fall crooked, so I just chose to go to the top. And because there's the down climbing holds, I prefer to make it safe.
Yeah, there's always the risk for the face plant, huh?
Oh, yeah, and you don't want to do this one.
Nice. Well, good job, and we'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you, Brian.
All right, thanks, Nina, for that. We got Alex Johnson out to an early lead against Delaney Miller, but Chris, I think Delaney's just laying in wait right now, waiting for her opening.
Yep, I think Delaney knows that Alex is going to get a little scared and probably not summit. We sure hope she does. But I think Delaney's not too worried right now.
Yeah, Alex did not finish the route yesterday during the seeding round. Delaney finished both of her attempts yesterday.
And I got to tell you, Brian, I don't blame Alex at all, because I got on this route, or on this wall rather, last year, and I was scared to be below where she is right now.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to tell at home how tall it feels once you're up on the wall. The pool looks a long way away, and right now they're only halfway up.
Yeah, it's shocking actually how scary it is when you're right about where Alex and Delaney are right now. It just doesn't look that bad from here, but yeah, when you're up there and you see that water way, way below, it's terrifying, frankly.
Delaney pulling ahead right now. Looking very smooth and in control. I think we're seeing pretty clearly that this route is well within the abilities of these women. It's going to be a matter of who can execute the fastest as the rounds progress.
Alex is doing well. She's getting visibly excited. I think this is about where she got to yesterday and she dropped off, so we'll see if she can push through.
This is kind of the commitment point where you have to be really into going up higher. As we saw with Courtney, as soon as you lose your mojo going up, it's hard to get it back. Alex,
I think she's breaking new ground for herself. This is great.
And Delaney Miller going to be moving on. See if Alex can top it out, but no.
That was awesome. I'm psyched for Alex. She just pushed herself. That was great. No surprise, Delaney Miller on top, moving on. She typically jumps from the top.
I think she's checking to see where Alex is in the water.
Oh, okay.
Competitors want to make sure they're being safe. Don't want anybody landing on top of anybody else in the pool. Crowd really starting to fill in here, Chris, at the Utah Olympic Park in Park City here, despite the ominous forecast.
That's right. There goes Delaney. God, that's a big fall.
The weather is holding out at the moment, and
yeah, at the moment we have 3 pairings left for this women's field for now. The clouds are rolling in. They're looking thick and heavy. However, there's still some blue in the sky. We're hoping for it. We have a contingency plan if it rains, but obviously we're hoping it won't. And I'm sure the hundreds and hundreds, if not breaking into the thousands of spectators that keep filling in here, are hoping the same.
And we're getting our next pairing on the wall here. Megan Martin on the left, be facing off against Maya Madere on the right. Maya's one of our qualifiers from the open qualifiers on Wednesday.
Now, Megan did really well yesterday. She's another Boulder, Colorado climber, and I remember in last year's competition, she didn't quite do as well as she had hoped, but yesterday she did great. She got to the top in a reasonable time, and I think she's feeling more confident, so I'm excited to see that.
And Maya's just 16 years old, began climbing when she was 13, so pretty new at climbing. Says here her favorite movie is Star Wars, so she's already my favorite climber. See if she can conquer the Death Star at the top of this wall.
Yeah, when I had been climbing for only 3 years, I mean, I think I was climbing like 5'8". I don't know. It's just a different world now, really.
Things have changed. Things done change.
Yeah, things have changed in the last frickin' 200 years since I started climbing.
And so far in this women's round, we haven't had any super competitive matchups. We'll see if this can be that. We haven't had any upsets. Maya right now is the 11th seed.
Yeah, she would definitely be upsetting Megan, who is expected to win this. That would be amazing. Right now, they are within a move of each other.
And Megan catching up pretty quickly there.
You'll recognize Megan from American Ninja Warrior. I think she didn't perform awesome this year, but last year she moved on pretty far, and I think she's going to be a regular. So American Ninja Warrior on the left, going to battle.
And they are neck and neck still. This is the closest matchup we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's great.
But Maya looks like she's stalling out. The crowd trying to get behind her, get her up that move.
Nice.
Megan is pulling ahead, and that was a rough fall for Maya.
I couldn't see the actual splash
Megan
from
Martin
here, but it sure looked like she kind of half belly flopped on that one.
Moving on, as we saw with Charlotte, looks like Megan is going to finish the route. Just gives her a better opportunity to enter the pool in a more controlled fashion. And it really gives the competitors a little better chance to warm up. The warm-up area here at the facility here is not spectacular.
That's right.
Somewhere beneath your average home wall, I would say.
Yeah, that's right, for sure. Now the water, we were told, was somewhere in the mid-60s Fahrenheit, so it's not warm. I just noticed that when Maya crawled out of the water, she appeared totally unhurt from her half belly flop, but she looked like she was shivering. Don't blame her.
Well, it's not exactly beach weather out here. It's windy, It's cold. Don't let the outfits of the climbers fool you. Everyone else, everyone that's not competing is wearing coats, pants.
And yeah, they have heat lamps and stuff too, so that's good.
Two more pairings left for this women's round.
Emily Harrington is another one who's coming up now, and she did much better yesterday than she did in last year's competition. She also seemed confident, a lot like Megan this year. She's looking strong, confident, and she's pairing up against the kind of unknown here anyway, Punta Rica Tunyavanich, aka Mean. is her nickname, and that's not because she's mean. It's because in Thai, mean something is the name of March, the month, and she was born in March. So Punta Rica Tunyavanich, aka mean.
We had a lot of fun talking to Emily Harrington yesterday and today about her experience. I think she's feeling a lot better than she did last year when she competed in Psicobloc.
She sure is. And if you get a chance to zoom in on her shoulders, you can still see scars from the monster off-width of Golden Gate on El Capitan, which she recently free climbed, which again is a completely different world than what she's climbing on right now.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, not exactly the same. But Emily is certainly one of the most well-rounded American female climbers, or I should just say American climbers anywhere. She can do it all. She climbed Everest a few years ago.
Yeah, and after this she's going to be going off to Nepal to attempt Makalu, the 5th highest mountain in the world. So she's had a very diverse year this year. Big walls on El Cap, Psicobloc, big mountains in Asia. Right now she's focused 100% on getting up this wall. She was saying when we talked to her before this, Chris, that she felt confident she'd climb the wall, but she wasn't sure how she could climb it any faster than she did yesterday.
That's right. And it looks like she's being put to the test here. She's not very far ahead of Punta Rica, so this could be exciting.
You can see here just kind of measuring her progress against Punta Rica, not trying to rush any more than she needs to. Punta Rica did not finish the route yesterday, so Emily definitely knows that.
Because Emily finished twice.
That's
Is that
right.
right? Yeah. Oh, wow. Same move now. This is great. Emily definitely has the advantage because she knows these moves, but you never know. I think the pressure's on for her. She knows she's going to have to climb a bit faster now.
So all matters how much can you get to the top.
Crowd's going nuts.
Emily is charging right now.
What a spectacular backdrop of clouds, too. The colors are amazing here.
No more rest. She's got to go to the top. Fast.
They're still pretty even, but Emily, I think, still just doing. She knows exactly what she needs to do. She's familiar with these moves. And she's going to try and shut the door right here. One more move to go for Emily Harrington. But a great showing from Punta Rica. Nice. Emily Harrington going to be moving on, but very nice performance by Punta Rica. It's always great to see the foreign competitors come out to Psicobloc.
It's a tough last move. This is going to be a tough move for her. It's a real reach. Can she lock it off?
That is a crazy lock off at 55 feet. Wow.
Just fell from the very last move of the route. That's exciting.
Got her money's worth on that one. Looks like she's all right, though.
The climbers have to give a thumbs up when they land just to make sure the lifeguards, everybody can see that they're okay. And there goes Emily.
A lot of splash on that entry there for Emily Harrington. Have some people in the crowd handing out scores on giant signs when the competitors jump into the water. They gave that one a 10. I don't know about that one.
What I'm wondering, Brian, is how these actual winners compare to the voted on winners online.
Yeah,
we'll have to find that out.
We'll be looking at those brackets.
Let you know
go
when we
along
find that
here.
out.
Get our final pairing coming up to the wall here. It's going to be Jacinda Hunter against Sydney Trinidad, one of our other qualifiers. But before that, let's go down to poolside where Nina Williams is with Emily Harrington.
Emily, that was a really good climb. You know, I gotta say you look much more confident and strong than you did last year, but do you think you were able to beat your time from yesterday?
I have no idea, honestly. Maybe I beat it. I think Mean was pushing me a little bit, so I think I went a little bit faster. I felt more pumped.
Do you think the competitive crowd and the cheering and also, you know, the fact that Punta Rica was, you know, pretty close to you, do you think that egged you on a little bit?
For sure. Yeah, it definitely helped me get up the wall faster.
Nice. Well, hopefully you'll make it into the next, or hopefully we'll see you in the next round.
All right, thanks, Nina.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Nina. And thanks, Emily. She's going to go warm up and Trying to get too pumped after that qualifying round there.
Sydney is now, she was the second place qualifier for today, and she is now making a quick start. JC Hunter is one of the few, if not only, competitors to have done, this is her third of all 3 Psicobloc comps here. She's our oldest competitor at 37 years old, but certainly one of the best. She's bouldered V11, red pointed 14B. She even established her own 14B sport route in Utah a couple years ago. So Jacinda, aka JC, sure is accomplished. Sydney, though, has got youth and freshness on her side, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, like we said, Sydney qualified in the open qualifiers on Wednesday and then came into the seeding round and finished second. So she's looking to do what Claire Buhrfeind did last year, qualify and then just win the whole thing. Might as well.
Why not? I mean, really.
Sydney finished the route both times she tried it yesterday.
Sydney's from Seattle, Washington. Yay, Seattle, my hometown.
Unfortunately, getting our first raindrops of the evening. As the ominous clouds roll in.
Oh my.
Sydney looking confident though.
Crowd's cheering for JC.
Yeah, JC is a local here in Salt Lake City. Eyeing up that long move, nice.
Oh, nice.
Way to reel it in.
JC's definitely looking a little nervous, but doing great overall. And like you said, Brian, the first raindrops are falling, and it appears that we've got some big-ass clouds coming in. I hope this doesn't produce the rain they're talking about, but we'll see. The main danger we have right now is not just the rain, actually, it's the lightning. And apparently, if there's lightning within 5 miles of this venue, we'll have to just take a 20-minute break. So hopefully we won't have to do that. But
Sydney looking very in control on this final opening round matchup for the women here at the 2015 Psicobloc Masters. But that move looked a little bit harder than she might have wanted, but she is well in control. Several moves clear, Jacinda Hunter. Sydney on her way to the second round.
JC's getting psyched for this big move. Trying to. Can she do it?
Oh no.
No.
With that, Sydney Trinidad's going to move on to the round of 8 here. She'll face off against Emily Harrington, her second round matchup. So our second round is now set, Chris. We're going to have Claire Buhrfeind against Paige Claassen, Kyra Condie against Charlotte Durif, Delaney Miller against Megan Martin, and Emily Harrington against Sydney Trinidad.
That was an awesome first women's round. That was exciting, and really there were no upsets. Pretty much everybody who won placed as such yesterday, so exciting nonetheless.
And we're moving right along to this next round, Chris. Paige Claassen on the right, Claire Buhrfeind on the left. As we said earlier, Claire is the defending champion. Paige looking to dethrone.
Now this is where we're really going to see the speed turn up a bit, because both of these ladies can easily get to the top of the wall. This is where Psicobloc gets real, baby, because they're going to have to climb fast in order to win this. And they both know it. They're both climbing much, much faster than they did in the last round.
Yeah, if you can see, they're getting more familiar throughout. This is going to be their 4th time up this exact route so far. So each time they can climb a little bit faster and a little more confidently, as they are neck and neck right now, nearing the halfway point on this 55-foot tall Waltopia wall.
Paige even a half a move ahead. That's exciting. Paige is by far the veteran here, having been in so many comps.
And they're climbing move for move right now. Claire pulling just ahead, 2 moves ahead of Paige right now. And this is where Claire can really turn on the afterburners.
That's right. You'll notice the outdoor climbers, primarily, which Paige is, tend to climb slower because that's how you climb outdoors. And Claire, on the other hand, is primarily an indoor climber, so she's used to turning that on. She is a couple moves ahead now. Not unexpected, but Paige is doing awesome. You can tell they're both pushing themselves.
And Paige is really going to have to turn it on here. Claire is 1 move away from the top. It's going to be Claire Buhrfeind moving on.
Claire Buhrfeind.
Narrowly defeating Paige Claassen, but Chris, it was great to see Paige back here out competing.
That was awesome, yeah. That went so much faster, oh my gosh. By far the fastest matchup yet.
So Claire Buhrfeind going to be back in semifinals. Paige Claassen gets to hit the deck.
That was an exciting match. Psyched about that. And those middle gray holds are new this year. Last year they were all kind of either forced to down climb the route itself or jump from the top. And fortunately, maybe sensibly, they added those gray holds. I know I'd use them if I ever could get to the top of that thing.
I'd ask for a few more to be put in first.
Yeah, maybe so.
Actually,
I'd ask the wall to be shortened.
I actually wouldn't get that high, so it actually wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
So Paige is going to do likewise. Get our next pairing ready to get out on the wall.
That's a great view. I love that, kind of looking up at their faces as their fear saturates their brain.
Let's get a look at our brackets here. You see Claire in semifinals. You can see Kyra Condie and Charlotte Durif competing for the chance to place Claire in those semifinals. Action happens fast here at Psicobloc Masters, Chris, just like that.
Yeah. And especially it happens fast when there's clouds and rain and lightning looming. So I think they're really trying to move this along here, and it's going great so far. Kyra Condie and Charlotte Durif. This is going to be a really good match.
Yeah, Kyra on the left, Charlotte on the right. Contrast in styles here. Charlotte, the more deliberate climber.
Kyra's jumpy.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun matchup to see. Kyra getting out to the early lead, but we've seen this in a number of matchups so far, Chris, where the trailing climber is able to catch up once they get to the roof.
That's right. You never know. Charlotte is 24 years old. Kyra's 19. Charlotte, I think, has a lot more competition experience. But like I said, Kyra has this jumpy, boulders, go for it attitude that I haven't quite yet seen in Charlotte. Although, gosh, now Kyra's only 1 move ahead.
Yeah,
this is a real race, Brian.
Easy to make up ground in that roof section.
Charlotte's pulling ahead. This is exciting.
They are neck and neck approaching the top of this wall. Charlotte pulling ahead and
oh wow,
slams the door on Kyra Condie.
Go France.
It's like we were saying, even though Kyra got out to the early lead there in the first 15 feet, Charlotte just came storming back. And we're moving on to place Claire Buhrfeind. That's going to be a really exciting matchup, Chris.
Yeah, wow. Another super fast round. Charlotte pulling it off for Team France. This is great.
Rain is starting to come down a little harder now.
Indeed.
Not ideal climbing weather, but they're going to keep going with it as long as we can here. Trying to get as much climbing in as long as things are safe and fair for the competitors.
Surely some of those holds are getting damp, but I don't think the rain is going to choose one route or the other, so it's all fair.
If we do need to take a break, we will just kind of pause the action and keep you guys posted when we'll resume. So don't go anywhere. Kyra trying to catch her breath. We talked to her before finals. She mentioned even though she may look scared, she's actually just trying to catch her breath and make sure she's ready to get in that pool.
I love these climbers when they do the countdown.
Oh, that was a rough entry into the pool, but she's okay.
And the rain is really coming down now. Even the crowd is kind of scattering a little bit, trying to find some shelter.
Sounds like we're going to take a quick break in the action. Try to get an update for you and see what the plan is here.
Yeah, we'll keep you guys informed about what's going on. So far, what we still have coming up is Delaney Miller and Alex Johnson, and Delaney Miller and Megan Martin, and then Emily Harrington versus Sydney Trinidad.
We thought we had our weather window there, Chris, but Mother Nature not cooperating at the moment.
No, not at all, actually. In fact, you can see that coming down on the holds. There's probably lightning nearby.
You're gonna stay dry? Dry? You're not dry. Turn a little bit. Reframe the camera.
See the crowd scrambling there in that VIP section here. The Utah Olympic Training Facility. Formerly beautiful Park City, Utah.
You know, I still think it's beautiful, Brian. I mean, we are in the mountains, and this kind of thing occasionally happens in the mountains. But yeah, unfortunate timing. We got through most of the women's round, which is good, but yeah, it's actually, it almost looks like a little disaster here.
All right, Chris, with that, we're going to take a 10-minute weather delay here. We'll check back. Just stay tuned. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah, we are not going anywhere except in the shelter.
All right, stay tuned, guys. Hey everyone. We're still here at the Utah Olympic Park.
Miraculously.
Yes, we are still standing by underneath the shelter there as we wait for this rain to pull through. It's starting to clear up to the west here as the storm moves across. You can see some of the clear skies on the top of your picture there. We are still going to try and get this comp finished tonight. Everybody wants to see that happen.
What you can also see are the raindrops still on the camera lens because, in fact, it still is dripping a bit. And, in fact, to my left is a wall of water. It is dark and there is lightning. But, as Brian pointed out, it is passing. We know the athletes are getting antsy.
That picture looks a lot worse than it actually is here. But I went over the wall just a couple seconds ago, and not surprisingly, the sideways rain has rendered basically all the holds soaking wet. So the route setters are going to go out once they get clearance and try and dry off the holds as best they can. And if not, they're just going to freestyle a little bit, put some holds up that are dry, so that we can get the comp going.
Which is kind of back to the roots of Seco Comp, really. I mean, this is all just a celebration of climbing. It's going to be fun, and it looks like we're bringing in Angie Payne.
Here, Angie, take that in your hand. Try not to get electrocuted.
Okay, cool. Holding metal in the storm.
How's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. We're just
good.
We're just hanging out.
Yeah, watching the rain. There's some blue skies coming. I don't know. Am I on camera?
No.
I don't know. Is anything? Can you guys see the blue skies?
This is what people can see here on this monitor over there. They can see some blue skies creeping in.
I don't know. I heard they might. There was a little bit of lightning, but it's going the other way, so it's fine. And
that's what we tell ourselves.
I think that they might start this up again soon.
How was it out there? You competed?
I did. Yeah, it was good. Actually, that was the first time I've ever gotten to the top of this wall, so
that's right.
I was really psyched.
Yeah, we were really psyched for you because,
thanks.
yeah, we know that it's a terrifying ordeal to be up there. We tried it last year, and we felt that terror, and we both came down early.
There's a reason Chris and I don't climb on camera.
That's right. It was pretty awesome seeing you get to the top. So what happened? How did you get to the top this time?
Actually, I think that what changed is that I was climbing against Kyra, and Kyra's really fast, and that was good for me because I was trying to keep up. And the faster I go on routes, the better I do because I have no endurance. So as a boulderer, that's my only hope is to just go really fast. So I think that Kyra helped me because she set a fast pace. So
yeah, sure.
Yeah, that was the difference.
Awesome. Did you enjoy it?
I did, actually. I had a really good time. My goal was just to get to the top or to not drop off. So
yeah, good work.
I accomplished that. So yeah, it was really fun this year.
What's it like jumping from the top?
I didn't really have that much time to think about it because Kyra was she was ready when she stepped on top.
Waiting.
She's like, "Cool, you guys are you ready to jump? Let's go!"
Yeah.
Whoa, I need to catch my breath. It's scary, actually. That's actually a big leap to make when you are looking down, whatever it is, 60 feet or 55 feet.
Yeah, basically 60 feet almost.
Yeah, it's hard to make yourself step off of that platform up there, but pretty fun.
Awesome.
Glad I've done it.
Yeah. What do you think if the women do start climbing again here? You know, what are they going to face?
It's a mystery. I'm pretty sure it'll be an adventure.
Are you glad you're done climbing?
I'm really happy I'm done climbing. I'll say that much. No, I think it could be fun. Everybody will be in the same boat. It's going to be a
so
wet.
To speak.
Yeah, it's going to be a wet and exciting climb, I'm sure.
Yep.
But, you know, it'll be a level playing field. If everybody's climbing on wet holds, it'll pretty much be wet for everyone. So
and it's
adventure climbing at its finest, I guess.
We just got word that the lightning hold has been lifted, so I think the route setters are going to go out on the wall and have a look and see where things are at.
And I think what they're going to do, if they can, is dry the holds with towels. Believe it or not, dry the holds with towels, put some chalk on them, and just hope for the best and say, ladies, have at it.
I think they should. I mean, people are here. Yeah. Competitors are still psyched, I think, so.
And look at this, even some of the
audience
is actually coming out of the woodwork. We thought most of them had already gone to the bar by now, but it looks like they're coming back.
Yeah,
back to the
people
field.
People are emerging from the woodwork.
Might already be bar time in Utah, so.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, bars are closed in Utah.
Yeah.
Friday night, gosh, past 7 p.m.
Well, Angie, thanks for stopping by. It was a fun
time.
Great talking to you, Angie. Yet again. We're looking forward to seeing you back next year, maybe.
It'd be fun. Now I know what it's like to get to the top, so I'm psyched again.
I was really happy to see you get to the top. That was
Thanks,
awesome.
Guys.
Yeah.
Fun.
Thanks, Angie.
Thanks to Angie Payne for stopping by in our rain delay here. As we said, the lightning delay has been lifted. That lightning that you just saw there is way to the east of the venue. The picture you're looking at now looks much worse than it actually is at the venue. That's weather's moved along to the east. I have to say, Chris, I never thought I'd be playing the role of weatherman.
That's right, I know. This is great. I mean, what a fun way to kind of jockey up the crowd and the position, and I'm just really impressed that so much of the audience has stayed here, because a lot of them left, but now there's still hundreds of people filtering in.
Speaking of somebody that stayed here is Sean McColl. Sean, grab that mic. Actually, if you want to keep your hands warm, I'll hold this for you. How's it going?
It's going good. I mean, we've been waiting, I guess, maybe an hour and a half now. It started to thunderstorm. There's a tons of rain. I'm pretty sure the wall's still soaked, but it looks like we're gonna try to get back on track. And I think it's gonna take a long time to dry the wall, because I think it's super unsafe to climb on wet holds. But no, we'll just wait, and hopefully the rain and the storm is over.
Yeah, it's awesome. In fact, we just got word that we are going to go ahead with the comp, and I think what they're going to do is just dry off some of the holds with towels, put chalk on them. And I mean, how do you feel now, like being the obvious favorite for the men's field, and here you're going to go probably climb on some wet holds? What do you think?
Being the favorite in climbing wet holds, I don't really care. Like, for any of the climbers, I just don't want to climb on wet holds, because I think it's really dangerous. That's probably the number one priority.
Yeah.
In the IFSC, I'm president of the Athletes Commission, and yeah, I have to look out for these kind of things, like the timing, even like the warm-up. They need to go and make sure the warm-up's good, because we've been waiting in here for an hour and a half. We're pretty cold.
Yeah, it's cold out here.
So we can't just go on, especially because the holds are wet. You go into a pocket that's wet and you're cold. Like, it's a high risk of injury. So I'm more worried about that. I don't really care that I'm seated first, because I think they were going to try to host it tomorrow morning.
Right.
But then the unfortunate part about that is some of the athletes have to leave. So what happens with them? And so, so I don't know. But it's hard. It's a hard situation.
It's not ideal, that's for sure. Looks like they're getting the lights back on.
Well, so let's just say, it's a level playing field out here, whether the holds are wet or whether they're dry. Is there anybody in particular, Sean, that you're kind of thinking might pose a great challenge to you?
Are we talking with the wet holds or just before? Before, I was mostly just worried about myself. The only one move that I was actually worried about actually falling on is the jump.
Yep.
Because the jump is kind of like, you leave the jump and you kind of know if you're going to stick it or not.
Yep.
The rest of them, I know I'm capable. I know I can do all the moves. I did it twice yesterday.
Yeah.
I know that if I'm behind in the race, I'd have to speed up. So really, it was kind of all on myself. And if I got halfway and the other person's ahead, I would speed up just like last year. Because I remember last year I was actually behind in most of my races.
That's right.
And no, I kind of was just kind of biding my time. I knew I could go fast at the end. Everyone can slip. If the holds are, I really hope they're not wet. I think if they dry them out, if there's enough wind and there's enough chalk, they won't be wet.
Yep.
And then it'll just be back to normal. So I'm hoping for that.
Awesome.
And what else is going on? You've had a really great season on the World Cup. You won the World Cup in China. What's else up on this? Are you going to Munich for the last bouldering World Cup?
No, I missed the last World Cup. I'm gonna go up to Vancouver and get fostered. My friend's getting married.
Oh, great.
So I'll be up there, and then the week after I'll be going to Norway for the next Lead World Cup.
Okay.
And then I'll be kind of bouncing around doing the Lead World Cups, a couple little competitions here and there as well, until November, December, and then it's kind of off season again.
Goes by fast.
That's awesome.
Well, we'll let you go try to stay warm. Right. Hopefully we'll get to see you climb here in a little bit when everything gets all safe and squared away.
I hope so. Have fun, you guys.
All right, thanks, Sean.
All right, thanks so much, Sean.
Thanks to Sean McColl for stopping by.
Yeah, I do imagine that, the athletes are struggling here because they had to get really psyched. I know in particular the ladies who were just about to go were kind of disappointed that they had to get psyched and then stop for an hour and a half, and then they have to get psyched again. So it's tough on the athletes tonight, tough on the crowd, but hey man, we're having fun, and this isn't really counting for anything beyond this competition, so that's it.
And the organizers are definitely taking into account, the athletes' perspective. They don't want anybody to get hurt. Nobody's going to force this if the conditions aren't proper for this kind of event.
That's right.
So we see Danny Andrada and Stephen Jeffrey on the route setting team getting out in that lift. They're going to go try and dry off these holds.
Which is kind of interesting because honestly, Brian, I'm still seeing some blowing rain. There is some clear sky to the west, like you pointed out, but there's also some darkies out there. I don't know. It's going to be anybody's call. I mean, if they try to make it happen, I predict that there still will be some wet holds. I mean, unless it just completely stops and the wind picks up.
I'll take this moment to thank everyone for tuning in out there. A lot of you tuned in for this rain delay, most exciting rain delay in all of climbing.
That's right.
Appreciate everyone tuning in from all over the world. Really fun to see everyone's comments and see everyone enjoying the event when it's happening.
And we got some great sponsors for this event this year. Cliff Bar again. We got Sanook, the North Face.
Waltopia.
Yep.
Our sponsor sheet got blown away in the rain.
Yeah. Currently, we're kind of missing the actual sheet, but anyway, we've just had some great support for this competition again this year, and it's so fun to see because the athletes are so psyched about this comp in particular. It's almost like a break in a way from the SCS series, the ABS series, the World Cups. It's more of just a standalone, fun competition. So everybody really has a high hope for this one, and we're pushing on even in the blowing rain.
It is pretty optimistic to try the holds as it's raining. They have a leaf blower.
I appreciate that optimism, though. I mean, Psicobloc is optimism, isn't it? It's like anybody who's 50 feet above the water trying to rock climb 513. I mean, surely it feels like you're going to die. So I think it's optimistic just to even be here.
Here we have some official sponsors here. Chris, take a moment to thank all of them. The gold sponsors of the event, Sanook, Cliff Bar, the North Face, Petzl, and Waltopia. Silver sponsors are Black Diamond, Goal Zero, and Infinite Scale. And the bronze sponsors, Adidas, Climb Tech, Evolve, 510, Friction Labs, Hippie Tree, and Nutriex. I want to thank all of them for their support of this event. Without them, this whole show would not be possible.
That's right.
Towel budget's off the charts this year. Gonna have to figure out a way to spray down this wall with some Friction Labs chalk.
Yeah, look at that. The rain is actually blowing at a 45-degree angle right now. It's not heavy any longer, but it's not gone.
It's not heavy.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm kind of excited just to see what's going to happen. I mean, we really don't know yet. We're certainly planning to go ahead, but it really needs to change in order for things to be okay.
What do you make of what Sean said? He's, if you kind of read what he's saying, he's not real psyched about trying to continue this, I think, tonight, with, I think, good reason.
Yeah, agreed. And I think when he's talking about injury, I don't think he's talking about worried so much about slipping off holds and falling on their back, which certainly is possible. But I think he's worried about tendon injuries. He mentioned being cold and climbing in pockets that might be wet. And when you slip out of something like a pocket or a crimp, you're going to shock load your tendon. Yeah, it is a risk. And honestly, I hadn't thought of that. And I think that's a really good point, because here we are sitting in a warm booth. All the athletes are kind of not exactly warm.
I don't feel like I'm in a warm booth right now.
Well, I do, because I'm wearing my North Face clothing, and I'm feeling really warm, Brian. I don't know what's going on with you, but
I could use an extra North Face layer.
Yeah, I think you could use one more layer. But
or some dry shoes.
Oh yeah, your shoes are wet because you were out here being a clown.
I came out to give the weather report earlier.
I was just inside drinking a beer. Why not?
Got to hydrate in this elevation.
I know, that is true. It's one of the most important parts about this competition is hydration, especially for the commentators.
Let's see what's going on out there in the Twitter sphere. A lot of people tweeting at the hashtag SecoComp throughout the event tonight.
So again, I'm impressed that enough people in the rain have come out of the woodwork. I'm looking at hundreds of people in the crowd. They're lining the stairs. They're in the field on chairs or just sitting on rocks. There's people lining the entire pool. It's actually pretty exciting. Hopefully even more will show up again, because I know quite a few left. But right now it's looking like a proper competition audience. This is great.
Can we maybe pull in another athlete?
Our outsiders working their way up the wall, trying to dry off those holds.
Can we pull in another athlete?
Try and get another athlete in here. A lot of people milling about. A lot of climbing luminaries, as it were.
That's right. Well, I mean, just our route setters here, Donnie Andrada and Stephen Jeffries, they're legends in their own time. Danny, the head route setter, has done more sport climbing first descents, I believe, than anybody else on planet Earth.
They don't call him a machine for nothing.
That's right.
See how good he is at drying off wet holds. As we welcome one of our male competitors into the booth. Josh Larson, let me just hold this for you here if you want to keep your hands warm.
Thank you.
How's it going out there?
It's great.
Some of the best conditions you've ever climbed in.
Yeah, so far we've just been eating a lot of sandwiches.
You are from the Northeast, so this is maybe just a typical weekend where you're just waiting for it to stop drying.
Yeah,
or stop raining.
We're used to a lot of humidity.
Well, that's good. So how do you feel, Josh, about heading up on this wall in a competition? I mean, even if they do try to dry it and chalk it, you're looking at some moisture at least. What do you think?
For sure. I think there's well, it's going to be a fair game. The holds should be fairly wet on either side, but I think it's just going to be a matter of just not slipping, and who knows, you're not going to know when you slip, so it could be a little scary when, maybe mid-dynamic move and your hand's just on a soaked pinch or something and you just blow off. We've had some practice with falling and stuff, so hopefully it comes into play tonight.
Yes, you had some practice on the seeding round on Wednesday. You took a little bit of a nasty fall. What happened up there?
I don't know. I finished the route and I jumped down pretty controlled, and I guess what they're saying is I was a little out of breath, and I came to the surface and I couldn't swim, didn't know what to do, and next thing I knew I was getting pulled to the side from a lifeguard. I didn't have to get CPR though.
That's good.
Oh wow, jeez.
So it was interesting, and then I was worried about not climbing the next day, but it was fine.
Yeah, so it didn't really stick in your mind or make you tentative when you were climbing?
It did, yeah. Last night on my first run, I was thinking well, I haven't jumped into the water from 40 feet yet, so I wonder what's going to happen. And it was definitely in my head, but I jumped in the water and I tried to keep my arms separated so I can kind of break the fall a little, and it felt fine.
Nice. Well, that's good to hear. Don't want anybody getting hurt out there.
No.
So you're just back with the athletes. What do you think? What's the psych level? Are people, how are they feeling about coming out here in the rain and climbing?
Half and half, I would say.
Okay.
Some people are like, whatever, let's do it. There's just a bunch of holds, and again, it's a fair game. And some guys just want to do it tomorrow. Some people just want to climb tomorrow. I'm psyched. I'll do it now.
Hell yeah. That's fun. Yeah. Right, yeah, we're definitely trying to get it done tonight, obviously. We'll see, but...
Right. They're drying the holds now, and they got a couple towels up there and a pot of chalk.
They have a leaf blower, too.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, we're looking good then.
Which is probably a first at a climbing comp is the use of a leaf blower.
Yeah, most likely.
All right, Josh, we'll let you go get warm. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, man.
All right, take it easy, Josh.
See you guys.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, so I just got word that the warm-up wall has been dried off. Delaney Miller is going to go against Megan Martin next, and they're going to bring the ladies out to start warming up again in 5 or 10 minutes. So the athletes are, in fact, going to be warming up here. We are going ahead as best we can.
All right, now we're going to be joined by Alex Johnson. Alex, let me just hold this here for you while you stay warm.
Hello.
How's it going out there?
I think it's going to be fine. It's cold, but it was cold earlier too. The rain's going to hold off for a hot minute, hopefully, and we'll get the girls finished and then see if we can throw the guys through. And it's going to be exciting, Wet holds makes it an even playing field.
Exactly.
Anyone can slip.
And how would you feel if you were competing, if the holds were wet? Does that concern you from a safety perspective, or do you just think it's, kind of fair game for everybody?
That never crossed my mind because I'm out, so I actually didn't think about it. But I think it's just going to be more exciting for the crowd if people are unexpectedly slipping, and then we could have some dark horses actually do pretty well.
This could be secretly the only way that Sean McColl might lose his comp.
I know. I don't
rained
know,
all
man.
over the wall.
He's too good.
Yeah. Well, so you did awesome in your round.
Thank you.
I was really psyched to see it. That was the highest you've climbed on this wall, is that right?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah,
I think when there was like a 10A up there, I practiced and I jumped off the top, but that's the only time I've ever been to the top. And this round went a lot better than yesterday. It was cool.
Yeah, what happened? How did you get that kind of confidence to go up there?
I think climbing on the wall yesterday helps significantly. And I got a better warm-up today, climbed more. And with the crowd and it being finals night, you just want to put on a good show. So
you definitely did that.
You put the fear kind of
it's like
on the back burner.
Big crowd of peer pressure pushing you up the wall.
you just have to pretend like you're not scared and I don't know, fake it till you make it.
Well, yeah, it obviously worked for you. That was great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll get that Delaney Miller next year.
One of these years.
Yeah.
All right, Alex. Well, any predictions for what we're going to see here? Or is it just going to be mayhem?
Man, if the guys dry the holds off pretty well, it could be full on. But I expect with the guys we could see some exciting slips because they have more dynos, you know?
Yeah, that big ass dyno in the middle.
I think they might leave up the women's route for the men.
I heard that as well. And then they're going to fly up it. And fast kind of means sloppy, so I don't know. It could get exciting.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, we'll let you go enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for competing this weekend. It was fun to watch you.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Alex.
Thanks.
Thanks, Alex Johnson, for stopping by our makeshift broadcast booth here under the awning at the Utah Olympic Park.
That's right, yeah. We don't have any of the impedimenta of paperwork and monitors.
You can see the wind blowing there on the route setters as they pull away from the wall. They seem satisfied, question mark, with how things are going.
All right, and we're bringing Claire Buhrfeind into the ring here. Claire Buhrfeind is last year's winner and certainly put on an awesome show tonight.
Thank you. It's definitely going to be pretty interesting out here now that all the holds are wet.
I look at it as if they're clean.
Yeah.
They're
maybe a little bit too clean, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so what's your feeling about this, about going ahead? There's been some mixed feelings. We've heard some kind of, question marks from the athletes. What are your thoughts?
I'm actually really excited. I mean,
cool.
it's going to be interesting, but I'm excited that the show's going on.
And how you've done 2 runs so far. You look pretty good in both. How did it feel for you so far?
Felt pretty good up there. Yeah, I mean the last part is actually pretty difficult. You got a tiny little crimp up there, so it's not too solid, but it's really fun. It's a really good route.
It looks like a really hard reach to the top too. Everybody's doing it slightly differently, a little dynamic, a little lock off.
Yeah, it is pretty tough, but I think my height definitely helps. I can kind of just stand up to it, so.
Just thinking about the height coming into play in that move, you're almost 55 feet off the ground and making a pretty difficult move.
Yeah, it's very committing. Definitely difficult up there.
How hard do you think the route is, if you just had to guess?
Probably 12D for the women. I think the men were saying probably 13B for theirs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. That's hard to climb. That's hard to climb when wet.
Yeah, wet and cold too.
All right, we're going to listen into JT here real quick. Claire, thanks for stopping by. Best of luck the rest of the night.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much, Claire. Good luck.
So we're not going to do that, unfortunately. But we do have, the women are warming up right now. The route is dried off. We got a good stout wind. Hang in there. Give us 5 minutes, and we are going to start up again. Thank you to every single stoker still in the house right now. Everybody's at home watching this on the video. Yo, webcast sucks. You guys rock. It's way to hang in there. It's awesome. Yeah!
Yeah, as JT mentioned there's a pretty sizable crowd still hanging out here. Not many people seem to have left.
Yeah, this is awesome. So they're just lighting up the wall, testing everything out. Delaney and Megan are going to be out here pretty soon getting on this wall. Just going to make it happen.
Brian Reynolds and Chris Widener hanging out here at the Utah Olympic Park, up in Park City, Utah, where the weather is variable, as it happens to be in the mountains.
Wearing our down underneath full-on rain jackets here. This is an exciting time, and it's kind of cool that this crowd is psyched enough to be here. A lot of people do not have rain jackets like we do. A lot of people are just kind of out and about under the weather, and yet they're still sticking around to see this, and that says volumes about how important this competition is.
Tells me the beer tent must still be open too.
That's a very good point. Yeah, perhaps the wine tent as well, keep you warm in the belly.
A lot of good suggestions at the SecoComp hashtag, people wanting us to jump off the top of the wall. Chris, I don't see that happening, but you never know. That would require getting to the top, which...
Hey man, anything can happen.
Pretty cruxy.
We could just hop on that lift and hold hands. And whimper.
Trust jump.
Yeah.
See Emily Harrington trying to stay warm. good Makalu training for her. It's pretty much.
That's right.
I think exactly what it's like up there. So we got
Makalu is exactly like this.
more athletes hanging out. John Cardwell, I'll hold this while you keep your hands warm.
All right.
How's it going?
It's going, it's interesting. I can say that. It's definitely unique what's happening right now.
It's not every day that you get to come to a comp and stand around in the rain and then climb.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I guess we kind of saw it coming, and you could just see the clouds come and take over the sunshine, but now this is just way more dramatic than I thought it would be.
How do you feel about knowing you're going to be heading up there? There's going to be some moisture.
I mean, it is what it is. It's definitely unique, and everyone has the same kind of disadvantage, I guess, but at this point it's less of a competition. We just want to get out there and climb, put on a good show, and
awesome.
Kind of just keep it rolling.
Yeah, we're a little after 9:15 local time here, so you've been hanging out for a few hours now.
Yes.
Trying to keep your psych level up, and you still haven't really even warmed up, have you?
No, not really. We just started warming up actually midway through the women's rounds, and that's kind of when the rain started. So, yeah, most people are pretty cold right now, and I guess they're trying to dry up the warm-up walls now for the women to like kind of get the show going again. But we'll see. It looks like things are gonna get rolling soon.
What's the general feel among the men? Are they psyched in general to get out here and climb on this, or is there some hesitation?
You know, I think there's a lot of mixed emotions, kind of. Like, there are definitely psyched people out there, but then as time goes on, you know, it kind of wears on you a little bit. And,
sure, it's stressful.
I think a lot of people just want to get at least one climb in, you know?
Yep.
If it doesn't go like full bracket style, then we'll just kind of roll with it.
And your first climb is going to be against Matty Hong, a good friend of yours.
Yeah.
Nobody is listening right now, so you can tell us how you're secretly excited to beat him in that first round.
Well, you know, we'll see. I think it's kind of interesting because we'll be really evenly matched. So it could be one of those epic rounds, actually, where it's neck and neck. So we just have to see what happens, especially with this new unique format with the rain added in.
Anything could happen.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see you guys climb against each other because I see you climbing in the gym a lot.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's so fun.
Yeah, totally.
You and Matty climbing as friends.
Yeah, it'll definitely, I mean, we're all friends out here, so, you know, it's kind of like that almost every round, and it will definitely be a unique experience. Yeah.
All right, we're going to go listen to JT. John, thanks for that. Bye. Good luck tonight.
Yeah, right.
Thanks so much, John.
Thanks,
go
John.
for it.
Yes. So it's in the Legacy building on the far side of the plaza, not in the beer trailer.
Beer is on that floor, on the first floor of Legacy.
Yeah, dig. Dig. Okay, so this is more complicated than I thought. You gotta buy tickets in one building and then go get beer in the other. It doesn't matter. Just make it happen. You'll be ready to go in a few minutes. But
well, it looks like they're getting our commentating booth kind of back up. They've lighted it.
You know it's getting serious.
It is soaking wet, and the chairs are covered in water, but I guess that's why they gave us an extra pair of North Face underwear here. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Seems like overall the athletes that we've talked to are excited to keep this going. It's going to be one of the more unique events I've ever been to. I've been to a lot of comps over the years, broadcasted quite a few, and this is definitely a first.
Yeah, this is sick. And oh wow, the athletes are already out. Delaney Miller and Megan Martin. This is going to be a good one. Delaney is certainly the favorite among the two, but Megan just had an excellent run, so you never know. Never know what's going to happen here, especially with some wet holds. This is really kind of throwing a cool mix into this, because who knows how these people climb when it's wet and when it's really cold. I bet they don't practice climbing wet. All right, so we're going to try to get seated here in our booth.
You guys have a seat? You're hot, you're live.
Sounds like a couple holds might have been added. Let's see how this goes.
And they're off. Wow, look at that. Delaney is actually wearing a long sleeve hoodie and pants for the Psicobloc. I bet she's not counting on falling in the water.
Just like that, the Seco Comp is back on after 1 to 2 hour rain delay here. I lost track of time. But they are tentatively moving on. You see that hold there that their foot is on has been added, so they don't have to use that sloper.
This is interesting because really anything could happen here. I mean, some of those holds are still certainly a little wet, but the show goes on.
I think we're going to see a lot more chalking up this round. It's actually going to be a little bit of an advantage for the girls that come next. The holds will have a little bit more chalk on them. But as the pairings go, this is about as even as it gets for Delaney and Megan.
I think the challenge for these women has been to get warm enough to compete again, because they did have to stop for close to a couple hours. And I know Delaney was, oh no.
Just like that, Delaney Miller is off. Megan Martin going to win this pairing. Wow. That's the unexpected that we are about to need to come to expect.
Oh, that's a real bummer. I'm happy for Megan. I'm bummed for Delaney because I know she was really psyched on this and hoping to get a win this year after 2 second places. And there goes Megan for a spectacular jump, might as well. But wow, I can only think that Delaney fell off just because of a lack of concentration, or just the kind of the whole bummer about the situation, or the wet holds.
Looked like the holds forced her into a sequence she wasn't comfortable with, and that the holds just didn't allow. So Megan Martin going to be moving on, going for a little swim.
That's a big chance here for Megan then. I mean, that we didn't expect to see that. So Megan now has, who knows, man, this really could go anywhere. That's what makes this exciting. It looks like the ladies are cold. They are wildly waving their hands, trying to get blood to their fingers before starting up this wall. It's not warm out here.
It is not tank top weather.
And here's Emily Harrington versus Sydney Trinidad.
It's not one of those situations where you wear a tank top and a beanie to be ironic. All right, we got an update from Nina Williams. Take it away, Nina.
Megan, that was a courageous effort. You know, I saw you tried to do the men's sino, but how did the holds feel after the rainstorm?
I'm not gonna lie, they were a little wet. Every move you're kind of chalking, but it's super fun. I'm glad that they got this going again, and hopefully we can finish the night out without any more rain.
And you guys had to wait a while to warm up. Did you feel at least a little bit warm on the wall?
Yeah, a little bit. I did some pull-ups. So.
Nice. Well, you made it to the next round, so congrats. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Thank you.
Sydney and Emily. Emily had a hard time getting started there.
And as you heard, the holds are, in fact, a little wet. They will be getting drier, as Brian pointed out, as more climbers chalk them up. But they're climbing wet holds, and this competition really could go anywhere now.
Throw your brackets out the window.
That's right. In fact, Brian, you and I don't even have them anymore.
Emily is off. Sydney's going to move on.
Sydney Trinidad. Looks like she's just going to jump off. She just won this round.
She's going to try and down climb.
She doesn't want to get wet because it's so cold.
Yeah.
I bet that's what's going on.
Looks like she's going to try and stay dry.
The only time we've ever seen competitors down climb was last year when they were too afraid to jump off the wall.
See if she can make it down. Not going to make it. As we get back in the booth here.
Yeah,
it's getting pretty nautical out here, Chris.
Nautical, that's a great way to put it. I am from the Northwest, and that's kind of how it feels right now.
My phone tells me it's 63 degrees, but it feels a lot colder than that right now.
It feels a lot colder than that, yeah. This is a pretty exciting comp, so we've already seen a couple crazy things happen. People falling a lot earlier than we expect. A big upset between Delaney Miller and Megan Martin. And what a great time tonight. I mean, who knows?
Pretty much anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, suddenly Psicobloc got crazy.
It got actually psycho.
Yes, exactly.
As I think we're going to get into our semifinal here. Claire Buhrfeind and Charlotte Durif climbed just before the rain delay started. And this is really a pairing we've been looking forward to. It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out with these conditions.
Yep. I would say normally Claire is probably faster than Charlotte, but dude, with wet holds everywhere, who knows?
I don't think this is a speed comp anymore.
What do you think between Megan and Sydney?
It's a tough call. It's like flip a coin at this point. Who can negotiate these holds the best?
I can tell you that Megan Martin is so psyched to be in semifinals right now, for sure.
We just talked to Claire. She seemed pretty psyched about how things were going. See if she changes her tune after this round.
Yeah.
Looking to defend her crown from last year as we see Charlotte getting ready.
Hair blowing in the wind. You know they're really cold. Getting the liquid chalk out.
I think I would have borrowed one of the ski jumping suits they have laying around here that the ski jumpers use here at the Olympic training facility to keep themselves dry and warm. I'd have been seeking out one of those.
You know, being from the Northwest, I actually did do a 6-pitch aid climb once in a wetsuit. And I think that wouldn't, yeah, for real. That wouldn't be a bad idea right here.
I might have to unfriend you on Facebook after that one, Chris.
Yeah.
Haven't you ever seen the aid climbing rant? If you haven't, Google it.
Yeah.
Looks like we're about to get ready for Claire Buhrfeind and Charlotte Durif, our first semifinal matchup for the women.
Yeah, I'm psyched about this one. This is going to be great. I feel like this is such a fitting kind of disaster for Psicobloc, just because it already is such kind of a wild horse competition. It's just great to see something unexpected happen, like this rainstorm and climbing on wet holds. It's like, why not? Like I said at first, this is a celebration of climbing. This is great.
Claire is climbing like this rain delay didn't even happen.
Yeah.
See how long she can keep this up. She's moving smoothly. We have not, especially on the left route, we haven't seen anybody get past this move.
I think you were right. Delaney did do a different sequence than she did before.
Yeah,
maybe because of the wetness, so maybe that was what happened.
Claire and Charlotte both looking very comfortable. Evenly matched at this point.
Chalking up after every move, basically. They're all chalking up a lot.
Claire's feet are apparently very wet at this point. See how long she can keep it going. She knows these moves.
Claire knows she has to turn it on. Charlotte is pulling ahead. This is great.
This is what we came for.
This is a real race. Oh my God, these girls want it.
They are 40
Holy
feet up.
crap.
Wet feet, wet holds.
It's suddenly turned into a speed comp. A real speed comp. This is amazing.
Claire Buhrfeind and Charlotte Durif giving these people what they came for. Charlotte not even hesitating.
Oh, Claire barely latching that. Oh my gosh.
Charlotte Durif.
Oh,
there is
wow.
going to be a new champion at the 2015 Psicobloc Masters for the women. Charlotte Durif defeating Claire Buhrfeind in an incredible matchup.
Wow. Wow.
Incredible climbing for both.
Yeah, so Charlotte will move on.
Charlotte Durif going to be in the finals. You can see Claire just going to traverse right over to the down climb. That was an incredible matchup, and Claire's chalk bag is not going to make the side of the pool. Send in a swimmer. See all the competitors trying to keep their chalk dry.
Wow, Charlotte Durif. Kind of another, I don't know. We knew from the start she was experienced, but wow, that was pretty exciting how it just went from a difficulty comp, they were feeling out the holds, to suddenly they both knew that they could each win, and they just went for it. That was a race.
And that was
I expect we'll see some of that with the men.
Especially compared to the two previous matchups we saw. Maybe the holds got a little drier, but they just seemed to go for it. Once they hit that steep part, they just went like it didn't even rain. Gonna get right to our next semifinal here as soon as Charlotte gets out of the pool. See if Megan and Sydney can put on a show like that. See Claire hanging on the side of the pool. Nina was telling us that Claire's feet just looked soaked, but didn't stop her. And a big hug. Really incredible performances from Claire Buhrfeind the last 2 years. She will not repeat as Psicobloc champion though. Let's go down to Nina, who's with Claire.
Claire, that was a really nice effort, but I gotta say I noticed some water on the bottom of your shoes. Did you notice a difference when you were climbing up the wall?
Yeah, everything is really, really wet up there.
Even the holds way up top, were they pretty soaked?
And the top of the wall is wet too. I got to the top, I thought I was gonna slip off the crimp, and like every hold I grabbed pretty much, I thought I was gonna fall.
Yeah, you changed your sequence up at the top a bit. Do you think that might have given Charlotte a little bit of an edge in time?
I thought I was gonna fall going for the sloper because my right hand was slipping off. So I just grabbed the crimp.
Nice. Well, I gotta say the foot cut at the top was epic. So huge props to you. Nice try. Maybe we'll see you next year.
Yeah,
thanks, Claire.
Thank you.
All right, Nina, thanks. And thanks to Claire Buhrfeind for putting on an incredible show this weekend.
Yeah, well, as she was saying, those holes are wet, and it's just kind of giving the advantage, throwing it to the wind, as it were. So, you never know. You could tell she was disappointed.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. See Sydney still drying off from her last round. Certainly not ideal conditions for this at all.
I'm guessing these ladies have several pairs of shoes that they'd wear. I'm wondering why Claire left with wet shoes.
I think they just got wet from the wall.
Oh, right. Yeah, just standing on the holes.
Sydney,
I guess they were
hugging that heat lamp.
So, going to the final. This is the semifinal. This is the semifinal right here, okay? Megan Martin, whoever wins, going to the finals against Charlotte.
Never seen so many climbers in bathrobes. I've never seen so many human beings in bathrobes, actually.
Yeah, this is great.
Thought you only wore those at hotels.
Yeah, hanging out in the VIP lounge of the climbers back there with all the food and desserts and bathrobes. I temporarily felt like climbing was like important in the greater world.
Mother Nature came through and crushed that dream, Chris.
That's right.
Megan Martin and Sydney Trinidad in our second semifinal, vying to face off against Charlotte Durif in the final. Sydney out to an early lead. Can't say that she looked all that comfortable on the side of the pool there before her turn.
No, hugging that heat lamp as if it were life. I think these ladies are cold, but they're just doing their best. You can see some wind blowing their tank tops. Either one has a good chance here, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit less of a race this round than it was the last semifinal. I think it's going to be whoever can get the highest. I don't see this going all the way to the top, but we'll see.
And whoever can chalk up the fastest, because they have to chalk up so many darn times.
They do have the benefit of knowing from Charlotte and Claire that getting the top is possible in these conditions, so see what they can do. They're both higher than their previous attempts.
Wow, yeah, so Megan's half a move ahead. Oh, not anymore.
You can see how the Claire and Charlotte really pushing the pace, whereas Megan and Sydney both just kind of measuring each other, taking their time. See who turns on the afterburners first. Look like it's going to be Sydney trying to catch up with Megan. They are neck and neck pulling onto this Waltopia head wall.
Oh, what a spectacular show. They're both trying to turn it on. The crowd's going nuts.
Sydney.
Oh my God, and Sydney takes a
not a good fall from
crazy
Sydney
fall
Trinidad.
onto her back. The crowd's looking on to see if she's okay. It looks like she might be a little hurt. She's treading water.
I think she's ready to be done. Great effort from Sydney Trinidad. Hope she's okay. See Megan moving on to the finals. Great performance from Sydney Trinidad, though she qualified in the open qualifiers on Wednesday. Came in here as the second seed and put on a great performance. Tough conditions here tonight after this rain delay. See her getting some attention from the staff here at the Utah Olympic Park. Hope she's all right.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she's doing great. You know, that's just part of the game here at Psicobloc, unfortunately. It's just, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, but it's kind of a it's a wild show with real risk. And Megan's laughing anyway. She's happy, if not freezing cold.
Megan's going to dry off. All right. Let's go down to Nina, who's with Megan.
Despite all the cold and rain, you are still laughing and having a great time. Would you say that you're one of the more fearless competitors?
Yeah, I really like the wall. I like the water, so I'm not too scared, but I'm definitely pumped. I'm a boulder. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna go to the top of the wall just because I'm pumped.
Would you say this wall is more of a bouldering or lead climbing experience?
It is more like bouldering, but it is still really tall, so I'm definitely getting really pumped. So I just thought I should try and save a little bit of energy for the final round. Hopefully I can make it all the way up there to stop. Be psyched.
Nice. Well, let me tell you, my money's on you, so better not lose, right? Good job. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Nina. It's going to be Charlotte Durif and Megan Martin in the finals.
You know, Brian, at the beginning of this, I would not have guessed that either of these women would be in the finals. This is awesome.
Things have definitely been turned on their head. But also not surprising to see either of them make the finals regardless of the conditions. Charlotte.
Now, speaking of conditions, I'm still seeing rain. Rain once again now blowing in the lights here. There's some wind. There's a light dusting of rain. Not so much that I think we're going to be too concerned yet, but sure enough, these holds are not getting drier like we had hoped.
Looks like we're going to get the men's bracket started here while the women rest for their final. We're having a little exhibition right now. Some of our adaptive climbers.
This is great. So Craig DiMartino on the left, an adaptive climbing presentation. Both of them have a missing lower leg. So we're going to see what they can do up here on this wall. I know Craig, at least, is a very accomplished climber. Once again, we're kind of letting the women rest for their finals, and this is a really cool deal here. We're seeing what two guys without a lower right leg can do on this wall. And we've already seen these guys in real life climb just as hard as anyone else on rocks, so I imagine they can do that here as well.
Oh, slip there on the right route.
Craig DiMartino still going strong here.
Yeah, if you have not heard Craig's story, I would definitely encourage you to look it up. Great episode of the Normal Cast with Craig on it. Hear his incredible story of recovery and climbing as well as he ever did. Great to see him out here this weekend.
Both of the adaptive climbers have now fallen off the wall. Great effort. They, I think, were probably pulled in relatively last minute. I doubt they had a real warm-up. We're kind of just flying by the seat of our pants here, but that was an awesome show. So we just got word that we will not be doing our regular halftime show, which actually the adaptive climbing was supposed to be during that. So that's why we just had that. After the women's final, we're going to just roll right into the men's.
See Claire and Sydney relaxing in the hot tub. Probably feels pretty good right about now. We're going to roll right into the men's final.
Definitely bigger smiles than they had a moment ago when they were in the pool. What you're seeing in those lights is actually like a mix of rain and bugs.
We take a look at our bracket. see our final matchup, see how we got here tonight. It's been a long evening so far. Those first couple matchups feel like they happened yesterday.
Yeah.
But we're going to get this final in one way or the other.
Yeah, back when we were just wearing T-shirts and the sun was out. But yeah, this last one, man, this is going to be crazy. Charlotte Durif and Megan Martin. Hard to tell how much of a speed versus difficulty this is going to be. If it's anything like Charlotte's last go, they'll just be trying to stay on the wall the first half and then have to turn it up. Looks like the men are kind of going to get prepped. They'll have to be ready to go immediately. And I'm psyched on the audience, Brian. I mean, they've stuck with us, you know. Our supporters online, thank you for staying with us. Supporters here, this is awesome. I'm really happy that everybody is here having a good show. People are eating pizza, drinking beer, cruising around, seeing friends.
Yeah, thanks for sticking with us as we fly a little bit by the seat of our pants here. Get a look at Charlotte Durif. Can't really understate her resume, Chris. Charlotte is a multi-time French sport climbing champion. She's won American national sport climbing 2 years ago in Boulder. She's one of the best female climbers in the entire world.
Yeah, her outdoor resume is equally badass. I mean, she's done a lot of 514s, some mid to upper 14s, and that's just something that very few women have ever done.
And we were wondering how her style would translate to this format where you want to be strong, but you got to be able to move quickly. And she's shown, even at that last round after the rain, she's able to move very quickly, even in unideal conditions.
You can see the flames on either side of the wall there. Those are the heating lamps for the climbers.
What about this matchup, Chris? Do you think that Megan can keep pace with Charlotte? Because obviously Megan knows that Charlotte can go to the top of the wall. Think Megan can keep up with her?
That's a tough one. Judging by how Charlotte climbed against Claire, I'm guessing that she's going to be faster, honestly. But what's cool about right now is that anything can happen. One of them might slip unexpectedly down low. This is really kind of a tense deal here. I'm excited.
Looks like we are going to do the women's final first, so we're not going to roll right into the men's.
Well, and Megan here too, she hasn't had much of a rest. She was complaining, well, not complaining, she was saying how pumped she was, and here she is just 5 minutes later putting her shoes back on. That's got to be a disadvantage because Charlotte's had quite a bit of time now to rest.
That's a good point, Chris. It is difficult in this format that, you know, there's only a little bit of time to rest, and you have to be able to climb repeatedly, you know, hard 512, easy 513.
Megan's shivering
over the pool.
Yeah, and it was funny too, Megan pointed out, I'm just a boulderer. Like, I'm not supposed to get to the top of this wall at all. So I think she's thrilled to just be in finals. I'm certainly hoping to see her get to the top again.
Climbers are going to get ready, trying to keep their shoes dry.
Hopefully she had a dry pair.
Yeah.
Wait.
Many of these climbers brought several pairs of shoes so that they could always change into a dry pair of shoes in between rounds. Climbing with wet shoes on, not so fun.
Megan's looking cold. She is shivering. Part of the deal here at Psicobloc. This is great though. It's like other comps, you're really trying to see what you can do under the best of conditions. And here, we're now kind of trying to see what everyone can do under the worst of conditions. And hey, why not? This is fun. The rain still continues to fall. You've got some optimistic competitors and event organizers.
Take this moment to thank some of our sponsors who have brought this event to you, rain or shine. Gold level sponsors Sanook, Cliff Bar, the North Face, Petzl, and Waltopia. Without their support, this broadcast, this comp would not be possible. Definitely keep them in mind as we watch this final round. They are what's making this happen for us.
And this is it. Whoever wins this round is the female champion for the 2015 Psicobloc Masters.
It's anybody's game here.
Worth noting that Charlotte, when she topped out the route, was on the right route last time. Now she's on the left. Let's see if that makes a difference for her. Sounds like things are still pretty wet down by the wall.
Sounds like their shoes are, they just kind of start off wet. I think it looks like they both know that it's going to come down to speed.
This is it, Chris. This is the final, the 2015 Psicobloc Masters for the women. Charlotte Durif against Megan Martin, and Megan out to an early lead, but we saw in the last round, Charlotte has closing speed. Nobody wants to slip and fall at the beginning.
I think they play it safe to start with because they know they could just slip off of any hold, and it looks like there's a couple pinches to start with, but it's going to heat up here in a moment.
Yeah, I think we'll see is once they get to the steep part, they're going to turn it on, start going for broke, start going for that $5,000 first place prize.
This is the final round. Charlotte is just slightly ahead.
This is where Charlotte really overtook Claire. We'll see if Megan can keep pace with her. Megan stopping to chalk every move. Couple moves behind Charlotte at this point. She's gonna have to pick up the pace, or Charlotte's gonna have to fall. We'll see what happens.
Charlotte knows she can do this last part really fast. So I think we might be about to see that.
Charlotte Durif pulling ahead as Megan Martin goes for the hero shot.
Come on. Oh yeah, this is crazy. Charlotte with the big advantage so far.
Charlotte Durif closing in on the title. She is 2 moves away.
With time to chalk
up.
up.
And that is going to be it. Charlotte Durif, the 2015 Psicobloc Masters champion, winning in style.
Wow.
Despite the back conditions, Charlotte Durif, your champion.
What a crazy, crazy competition. Another sort of dark horse, really, for an American comp. Charlotte Durif coming over and sweeping Psicobloc. That's amazing.
Yeah, Charlotte qualified in the Open Qualifiers Wednesday. Beat this incredible women's field.
For the second year in a row, a woman who just qualified took the title. Last year it was Claire Buhrfeind, and this year Charlotte Durif. She was not one of the original 12. She came in as one of the 4 who had to qualify for it.
Great job by Megan Martin. Now she's going to be very pleased with the second place finish.
Yeah, I'm certain that for Megan, finishing second place was just a big deal. Like she said, she's a boulderer. She didn't expect to top out the wall, and here she was, second place.
Yeah, she adapted really well to these difficult conditions. About an hour-and-a-half rain delay that we just got out of. See Megan give Charlotte a big hug there. Megan always one of the most gracious competitors on the circuit. Permanent smile on her face.
Yeah.
All right, we have Nina Williams with our champion, Charlotte Durif. Take it away, Nina.
Charlotte, that was an excellent performance. I've just got word that at first you didn't expect to get to the top of the wall, but now you find yourself in first place. How does it feel?
It feels great. Yeah, I was always scared with the beginning of the route, especially because the holes are wet now. So I always climb super slow at the beginning, and then at the end I know that I can run. So I just did it, and it went all good to the last round. So
Did you feel any pressure from Megan, even though she wasn't quite beating you the whole time, but she was pretty close on your tail? Did that make you speed things up a little bit?
Yeah, it did. Totally, yeah. I know Megan, and I know that in those kind of events she can crush it, so it totally made me run even faster.
Nice. Well, that was a really good race to see. Congratulations on your 2015 first place winner of Psicobloc. Yeah. Nice job.
All right, thanks, Nina. Congratulations again to Charlotte Durif, your 2015 Psicobloc Masters champion for the women. Megan hops in the hot tub there. And now we'll move on to the men's field. Normally the men's route would have changed. I don't think that that's going to happen at this point. I think they're just going to have the men climb same route as the women.
Women warming up in the hot tub. And Charlotte, the new champion. That's amazing. Charlotte Durif from France.
Already signing autographs there. That's how we do. Take this moment to thank the rest of our sponsors that are helping put on this event. Black Diamond, Goal Zero, Infinite Scale. Also support from Adidas, Climb Tech, Evolve, 510, Friction Labs Chalk, Hippie Tree, and Nutrix. Thanks to all of the sponsors for their support and helping make this event and this broadcast possible. And thanks to all you guys out there for watching.
I wish we had a mic in the hot tub there to see what they're talking about.
Sounds like we're in for a little bit of a break here before we get the men's field up and running.
It has stopped actually raining.
I think the sun could come out at any minute
maybe
here.
Almost. Yeah, that would be a miracle.
Well, Chris, the women's round was very interesting. We started around 7 o'clock local time. It's almost 10 o'clock local time, so about a 3-hour women's championship round there.
Yeah, it does, like you said, feel a little bit like yesterday when they first started, but that was really exciting. It was super fun, I think, just having the total kind of guesswork right at the end, because anybody could have won. The holds were wet, and sure enough, we had some upsets.
Yeah, as the women's round progressed there at the beginning, we were seeing really no upsets. Everything was kind of going to chalk. All the favorites were winning. And then the rainstorm comes in and kind of threw everything on his head. Saw upsets there in the semifinals and quarterfinals. And we have a new champion, Charlotte Durif.
Charlotte Durif from France. This was truly a psycho comp.
And what do we make about the men here? We talked to some of them. We talked to John Cardwell. We talked to Josh Larson and Sean McColl. It seemed like there were mixed emotions about climbing in these conditions.
Yeah, I think Sean sounded the most hesitant actually just because of injury, but I think they all sounded psyched to actually be here and to just do this. Everybody was waiting in line, kind of under cover, hoping to get dry, hoping to get warm, and I think they were all psyched to get out. So this is going to be an amped up field of strong, strong men, and it's anybody's guess.
How do you handicap the field now that the random factor has been thrown in here? I think a lot of people had Sean McColl winning in their brackets. Now, who knows?
You know, this field of men is so strong this year, it really could go to anybody. I mean, Ethan Pringle is a super experienced outdoor climber. He's climbed on wet holds a lot. Who knows? Sharma, of course, is used to anything, and he's the Psicobloc master. Sean McColl certainly still a favorite, but it really could go to anybody, I think.
And we have Jimmy Webb, the champion from 2 years ago.
Oh yeah,
he's here. Daniel Woods.
Yeah.
We got some dark horses. Jason Holowach from Canada took second at a Psicobloc type comp in Canada a few weeks back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the list of men in front of me at the moment, but if I did, I could pretty much talk about every single one of them and how they could possibly win this competition tonight. I think the men's field is closer for sure overall than the women's.
Yeah, it's a very deep field, like you said, and I think at this point, basically any one of them could win. See the route setters going back up on the wall to do a little more maintenance, see what they're up to. Looks like they are switching things up.
Oh yeah, I wonder if they're going to just go with plan A and make it the actual men's final that they intended to do, which they all climbed yesterday.
That is going to be exciting to watch. We see the men's bracket here. Brendan Mitchell facing off against Sean McColl. Brendan, really talented youth climber, qualified in the qualifiers on Wednesday. Had a little bit of an off seeding round, I'd say, so he's in the unfortunate position of facing off against Sean McColl in the first round. John Cardwell and Matty Hong facing off against each other.
I'm excited about that one.
I think literally anything could happen in that round.
Absolutely. It's great because John's probably the shortest male and Matty's close to the tallest male. And they have totally different climbing styles. They're friends. I see them climbing in the gym together in Boulder. I see them climbing at Rifle together. That's just going to be like a fun rivalry, I think.
While we wait for the men to get started, we're going to be joined by the women's champion, a very cold-looking Charlotte Durif.
Charlotte, welcome. Here, so if you can hold this. Hold it. Hold it really close to you. Yeah, there you go. All right, so we've got Charlotte in the booth. You just won the 2015 Psicobloc Masters. How do you feel?
I'll tell you tomorrow morning. Right now I'm like super cold and super wet from the rain, so like it's hard to realize probably, but yeah, everybody's super excited, like the crowd is crazy.
There we go.
We'll start that again, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry about that. So yeah, you just won the Psicobloc Masters 2015. How does it feel now that you're down, other than being cold enough that you're shivering?
Yeah, I'm shaking. It feels good because it was not expected at all. Like 2 days before the comp, I was like, do we go? Do we don't go? So it feels great, but yeah, I'll see tomorrow morning because right now it was like more climbing on wet holes and stuff, so it was not like as much fun, but the crowd was crazy behind us, so that's cool that people stayed.
Yeah. And what was the climbing like up there? How did the holds feel?
It felt harder than the previous round, for sure, because it was humid, not super wet, but still humid, so you would chalk up more to be sure that you won't pop, but it was not too bad. The beginning was harder because the holes are really bad, and because it was a little humid, you like to go really slow.
How did this feel from other comps that you've been in? We know that you're a very accomplished competition climber, but have you ever done a comp like this before?
No, definitely not. It's my first climbing over water comp, which was cool. It was really exciting. When you climb, you don't really think about it, but when you have to jump from the top, you're like, oh, I wish I didn't climb. That was nice. Like, for sure, a great show. It's more than a comp.
Well, I'm super impressed that you were able to win this competition, especially since this is your first time climbing over water. What an awesome way to go. I mean, we got a chance to climb on this wall last year, and I've done a little climbing in Mallorca, but it is terrifying. So you adapted really quickly. That's impressive.
Yeah, and the ladies were ready for it. So it was like big crowd of good climbers. So I was like, I'm even more happy about that. It's like a crusher.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. I'm so psyched that you won this competition.
Thank
Big
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very
Congratulations,
much.
Charlotte.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Charlotte.
And go get warm. We'll give you a chance to dry off and get warm. Thank you again for being here.
Thanks to Charlotte Durif for stopping by, as the rain has unfortunately returned here to Park City as we roll along with our final round coverage. It's not really what we were looking for.
Wow, yeah, it's actually pouring rain again. I wonder what they're going to do with the wall. I mean, they're halfway through stripping the wall of the female additional holds. Gosh, with this kind of rain, they may want to leave them on. If they're even going to go on, we'll see. We have not had official word. Nice job, dude. Just saw Craig DiMartino come by, and he gave us a little update. Craig DiMartino having gotten the highest in the adaptive climbing exhibition. That was really cool.
You can see the rain starting to come down again.
Yeah, I think at this point, like, the crowd's kind of not quite sure what to make of it. Some of them are hunkering down under their rain ponchos. Others, like us, are just simply taking it, getting a little wet, doing it for the cause. Cameras are still working, some of them. Yeah, we'll see.
It's about to get weird out here.
Music's turning up. We should have some, like, brandy out here. So what it appears to be is that they stopped taking the holds off right near the top of the wall. So where one of the cruxes is for the men, which is right at the top near that Death Star hold, it appears that they've left those holds on. So they want to make that maybe a little easier / safer. Who knows? We'll see if they even get this men's round going. I'd be a little surprised in this rain, but hey man, we've come this far.
Can't stop now.
And if the women's round only took, what, 3 hours? Maybe we'll be taking this to 2 or 3 a.m., baby. Oh, I'm ready.
Just roll right into the after party. See Chris Sharma taking a look at the wall.
Well, before the comp, Sharma was certainly one of the advocates for just running the men's comp on the wet holds of the women's route. Why not?
The dyno on the men's route just got a little spicier, Chris.
Yeah, I know. I mean, as it is, they were flying out, their swinging bodies threatening to rip them off the wall. And now it's going to have that added wetness effect. It's going to be awesome. Oh, good thing we have our TNF rain jackets on here to keep us dry. JT, Jonathan Thiesinga's getting psyched and ready to do some more live commentating here at the event where we still have hundreds of people. It's awesome. It's just awesome. Here we are.
We've gone back into weatherman mode here, Chris.
And it's raining. And we're still... Oh, hey, why not? Looks like they're changing the routes somewhat so that the men are going to be competing on kind of a slightly easier females finals route. They left some of the holds on top of the wall, and we'll just see how that goes.
See some ski jumpers getting ready for a little exhibition here too.
Ski jumpers? Are you crazy? Right now?
We are here at the Utah Olympic Park in Park City, Utah. This is where they do their ski jump training. It's not just a climbing pool, as cool as that would be.
So we're gonna see ski jumping now? This is Cranar. Crazy and gnarly.
See them aerate the water and make the landing a little more palatable for these jumpers.
And there's we just had a quick shot there at the LT11 booth. All of our warm and dry people. Sweet. So looks like we might have somebody jumping off the top of the wall. Nobody's sure yet. It also looks like we have some skiers prepping. Shit's getting crazy here. Oh, wow. So we just got word that someone's going to be doing a flip off the top of the competition wall, as if it isn't enough craziness to just jump off there. This guy says he's going to do a flip. We'll see. He looks nervous. Who is this guy? And why is he here? I don't know. This is good, though.
Locally here, the street headwear. You don't have one of these, get up into one. Come on, Julian, shoot some air.
Julian Carr is the guy that just stripped his shirt off, getting psyched and ready for supposedly a flip off the top of the thing. Has this guy done this before? This is not safe. Good thing we've got a cheering crowd and a scuba diver in wait. All right, here he goes, I think.
Well, do not try that at home.
Yeah, I don't know what they call that these days, but that was sick.
I think that was a McSicky to a McTwisty.
Yep. Got. So I guess as soon as they're done kind of taking some of the holds off the wall to make it even harder for the men, as if the rain hadn't done that already, we're going to be going to the men's competition.
Rain has slowed down a little bit. And we're getting the lights up for the ski jumpers.
Yeah,
entertain this crowd here.
Yeah, so now we're going to have a ski jumper. Awesome. This is all stuff that was potentially going to happen during our real halftime. Now we're just during the fake halftime. And nobody knows. Oh, here comes a ski jumper right now. I want to see some flips. All right. Now we're talking. That was good.
Seems like a good time to thank the entire Utah Olympic Park for hosting this event. They've been very accommodating and welcoming to everyone here this whole weekend, getting us what we need, other than the weather, which they can't control.
Right now. Well, thanks for coming around.
They've been here to keep everyone safe.
Thanks to Mark.
Appreciate their help all weekend. All right, let's go to the venue MC for an update.
Over to JT here in the next little bit, and hopefully we'll get the end champion of the 2015 Psicobloc here in Park City, Utah.
Sounds like we're going to go with it. We're doing it live, Chris.
Sweet. That's why we're here. They're still taking holds off the wall to make it harder for the men. I wonder what the men are thinking right now. I guess they're just trying to get psyched. The rain has eased up, but it has not stopped. So I think no matter what kind of drying efforts they're going to use, it'll be wet just like it was for the women's. I got to say, though, I respect the efforts here. I mean, the show must go on, and we're proving that tonight.
Everyone doing their best to make sure that we can complete this as fairly as possible. Obviously not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. Never a bad time to do a little maintenance. Spanish style. Definitely have to give a thanks to our route setters, Danny Andrada and Stephen Jeffrey.
Here's what's happening. The men are going to go on the routes, and they're going to be the men's route up to a lip, and then it's going to be the women's route because the top's all slopey. Everybody's concerned about injury and bad falls, so it's just going to be a full-on drag race when they get to the lip. Yeah, the dyno's going to stay. Hang in there, guys. Go out. Because the broadcast is fucking slow.
From McColl, one of the organizers of the event, along with Chris Sharma, telling us that the way the route's going to shake down is that it's going to be the men's final up to about 2/3 height, and then they're just going to leave the women's final up from that point on, try and alleviate some of those safety concerns. The men's final at the top was really slopey, Chris, and I think in these conditions it had been pretty difficult. The Death Star up there, I think, would have not treated these men well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, in dry conditions, that Death Star spit some of the strongest men off. So it's probably a good decision to leave some real holds up there. Meanwhile, at the venue, there's music pumping and people are psyched.
I think the after party just kind of started
I
in
know,
the middle
that's
of the comp.
awesome.
So we see Daniel Woods and Ari into Kock kind of eyeing up the route, talking things over. I think they're actually facing off against each other.
Oh, are they? Yeah, I think you're right, actually.
I think you can definitely throw out your bracket for the men's side. It is not going to go to chalk.
You guys hanging in there? All right, they made the changes to the rule. Ball is still dripping. You guys are going to go.
Yeah, it certainly does look like the after party started. There's some disco balls going up. It's good stuff. The competitors are talking apparently about kind of fresh beta for how to climb this route wet. Delaney, who was just giving Sean McColl some beta there.
Yeah, it's actually a good point. I think the women could be really helpful at this point in letting the men know what the conditions are like, you know, what the holds are, what they can expect.
Yeah, because, I mean, honestly, you're going to climb this a lot differently with wet holds. You're just not going to be able to huck like normal, and it's certainly going to go slower. Although, I wouldn't put it past these men. They're so strong and used to climbing fast. They're going to pull this off quickly, I bet.
Kind of see half the men over by the wall and half of them milling around, you know, over by us.
The rain is kind of, you know, not wanting to quit. I'll just put it that way. I've never seen this many rain jackets at an outdoor climbing competition before.
See Brendan Mitchell. Looks like about to get started here. Sean McColl, Brendan Mitchell will be the first matchup. Sean applying chalk liberally. Even though Brendan qualified in 16th position in the seeding round, I think that does not indicate his true abilities here. He could definitely knock Sean off right here and throw this whole thing on his head.
Yeah, that would be quite the upset here. Sean was concerned in his interviews about injury. He didn't really mention injury from falling, but more like tendon injuries on the route. And that's a valid concern. These holds are going to feel different. They're going to have to grip tighter. There's not going to be as much friction, obviously. So, yeah, we'll see how Sean does. We'll see if he can take that worry and put it aside and still perform like he does.
Brendan Mitchell, he's part of Trinidad, open ball, 18 years old. So, pretty cool, 18 years old. He's just out of high school, going up against the world top champion.
Here we go, Chris. Men's half of the 2015 Psicobloc Masters.
The first matchup for the men. That's right. Sean McColl certainly favored to win in this matchup. We're running the first place from yesterday, Sean, against the last place, Brendan Mitchell, yesterday. So one would normally kind of assume that Sean had the advantage here, but again, in these conditions, you never know. So watch closely, because anything can happen here at Psicobloc.
Starting to see some of the differences between the men's and the women's route. You notice they removed key holds, make this route just a little bit tougher for the men, and we're about to see a big difference coming up. This mandatory all points off dyno.
Yeah.
Tough under the best of circumstances, but Sean McColl.
And that was the one move that Sean McColl mentioned that he was worried about even in the rain, and he's passed it. So this is going to be awesome. Looks like Sean may have just touched some wetness. He's chalking up for this sloping hold.
And this is actually a new section for the men. These holds got altered a little bit between yesterday and today. So we'll see if Sean looks like he's able to make the sequence work the way they did yesterday. Sean McColl making it happen under the lights, under the rain here in Park City, Utah.
And he'll be happy to find those better holds still left up from the female competition here at the top. So this top part is much, much easier than what they did yesterday.
Sean McColl out there doing Sean McColl things. He's going to be moving on.
Yep.
To the round of 8.
Well, it certainly didn't look like the rain put them off too much, did it?
Sean McColl putting on a show for the people that are left, and Brendan Mitchell hits the eject button. Sean McColl moving on.
There's Brandon Mitchell. Probably pretty psyched that he got that high up against Sean McColl. And you can see the rain pouring in the background. This is what these guys are going up against right now. You got the water droplets on the cameras.
On the right, Matty Hong. On the left, John Cardwell.
Hopefully we're about to find out what the men's route is like from Sean McColl himself.
Both of these guys have those on their resumes. Neither of them have a Psicobloc championship. They want it right now. Cheer them on. So go sign up.
Expressed a little concern about injury earlier. Oh, sorry, we're not on yet. Sorry, Sean.
All right, Nina's with Sean. Go ahead, Nina.
All right, Sean, that was an excellent performance. I know a little earlier you expressed some mild concern about injury, but you look pretty confident up there. Do you still see yourself as #1 on the men's podium?
I hope so. I felt really good, and yeah, I was really worried about people getting injured. And for me, the athlete's safety is the #1 concern, and they're very well aware of that too, which is good. The holds are considerably more dry than I had envisioned, so it's okay. They kind of changed up the route right at the top. That's why I got a little bit nervous. But in the end, I think it's going to work, and it's still pretty scary up there.
Well, it's really thoughtful of you to take into consideration everyone else's safety, but even despite the dangers, you took it all the way to the top. So hopefully we'll see you at the top and the end.
Cool, thanks.
All right, thanks, Nina. And just like that, John Cardwell sends Matty Hong to the showers.
And John himself fails on the dyno. I'm not sure how committed John was to that since he had just won the round already anyway.
Yeah, I think he knew he didn't need to do that.
But yeah, Matty Hong off pretty early. I'm a little surprised about that one.
I think the same thing happened to Matty last year. He's got to get his head in the game. John Cardwell's going to be moving on. That was a fun matchup. Matty and John are good friends. I know that they were looking forward to that. I think we'll probably get our next pairing out there as quickly as we possibly can. Going to see Matt Fultz there, climbing out of Idaho.
Yeah, I think the event organizers here are really trying to get this moving just because there is a still steady rain. So we're going through it quick, and I think it's great.
So far, John Cardwell and Sean McColl moving on to the next round. They'll be facing off against each other. That's a difficult matchup for John Cardwell. See another Canadian competitor, Jason Holowach, getting set on the left side of the wall. Jason finished 7th at the Vail World Cup for bouldering back in June. His best result on the World Cup circuit. So he's climbing well. Matt Fultz, one of our younger competitors for the men.
It appears to be snowing in the background. Look at that heavy rain now. But Sean did say that the holds are a lot drier than he expected, so I don't know. Hopefully it'll stay that way. I don't know.
Yeah, during the rain delay, the rain was kind of coming in sideways into the wall. Now it's kind of coming from behind the wall. Not quite as bad as it was. See how it holds up here. Definitely want to thank our volunteers and staff for helping keep these climbers safe and dry and warm.
I love how they're doing that final towel rub on the toes.
Takes a huge crew to put on this event, so thanks to everyone for all their hard work. We are underway. Jason Holowach and Matt Fultz.
Men are being pampered right before they start with the towel to the foot.
Jason's one of our qualifiers from Wednesday's open qualifying round.
These guys are climbing fast, even with the wet holds. Brilliant. That was the
simultaneous double
that
dynos.
was sick. They both stuck at exactly the same time. This is going to be a close one, and I think they're all going to be stymied. Right here, there's a different move than they're used to. They practiced the entire route yesterday. That move was different, and then the final panel is going to be a bit easier. So this is awesome. You never know.
It's like Jason has a slight edge. Matt losing his feet, but he's definitely strong enough to pull back on. Jason Holowach pulling in front as he gets on the head wall. The crowd getting behind him.
All right.
Jason Holowach is going to take this as Matt Fultz goes for a ride. Jason Holowach moving on to the quarterfinals.
Didn't seem to slow them down that much. That was incredible. Great matchup between those two.
Still a sizable crowd here hanging out at the Utah Olympic Park here in Park City, Utah. Brian Reynolds and Chris Widener hanging out with you all night here until we get this comp finished.
That's right. Having a good time here. Just me and Climbing Art kicking it in the rain.
Just another Friday night, Chris. Check in with Jason in just a second as we get our next competitors staged. And let's go down to Nina, who's with Jason.
Jason, that was an awesome performance. I must say I consider you a dark horse amongst all these really strong athletes. Did you expect to get this far in the Psicobloc comp?
No, not really. Yeah, to be honest, around this crew, it's anyone's game, and I'm pretty new to competitive Psicobloc, but pretty comfortable doing it. So I felt like I could do fairly well.
Nice. As a first-timer to the Psicobloc, what was your first impression when you got to the top of the wall and had to jump off for the first time?
Oh, it's definitely scary, right? Every time you approach a wall, you got to have that in the back of your mind, otherwise you can get yourself hurt too. So you got to be ready to fall and approach it that way.
Well, it's been a joy watching you climb. Hopefully we'll see you on top of the men's podium. Thanks, Jason.
All right, thanks, Nina. As we get our next pairing, Daniel Woods on the left against South Africa's Ari and de Kock. Both neck and neck right now. Ari,
it's an exciting comp.
Sticks that shoulder
They're both
move.
in exactly the same position, and this is higher than Ari got.
Struggle to reel that in, though.
This is higher than Ari got yesterday, so this is new terrain for him.
That move allowed Daniel to pull comfortably in front, but you can see his feet slipping, as we saw with Matt Fultz in the previous round.
And Daniel is not hiking this route, which is notable because he normally hikes this stuff. So, yeah, Daniel's having a little trouble. Ari and fighting for each move and still hanging on. This is great.
Daniel Woods has nearly won this event the last 2 years. And that's going to be it. Daniel Woods moving on. Ari and de Kock all the way from South Africa. Great to see the international competitors here at the Psicobloc Masters. But it's going to be Daniel Woods into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and like you said, Daniel has been second place the last 2 years, so he wanted it. Ari and de Kock clearly happy with his performance. He got much higher than yesterday, and I think he just had a good time.
I think I'd be happy if I had abs like that and got on TV too, Chris. Daniel's got to get his dismount here. Daniel looked a little off his game during the seeding round yesterday. Got it together in the second run, though, and qualified in a nice position here tonight. He'll be moving on to the quarterfinals to face Jason Holowach in the next round. Halfway through our men's round of 16 here. Getting our next competitors right out in the staging area there.
Arian climbed much better than he did yesterday. That was awesome. And Daniel, too. He was still a little more hesitant than I'd expect, but
I think that could just be the conditions, though.
Awesome performance anyway.
Got Ian Dory coming up. May have seen him on American Ninja Warrior. And Nina's with Daniel Woods. Let's go down to Nina.
Daniel, that was an awesome showing. Looks like you got a little trouble with your contacts. You all right there?
Yeah, jumping off. Got him good.
Nice. You're looking a bit more confident today, but how are those wet holds treating you up there?
They're wet.
Yep, they sure do look like it. So you've gotten second for the past couple of years, but do you think you can pull through and get it to the top in first place this year?
I'll try hard. I don't know. I mean, all these guys are really good climbers, and Sean's really fast. actually all these guys are pretty fast. I'm not really known for my speed climbing, so we'll try hard.
Humble as always, folks. That's Daniel Woods for you, but hopefully we'll see him right at the top, just as he should be.
Thanks. We'll see you later.
All right, thanks, Nina, and thanks, Daniel, for that. So we get our next pairing. You got Ben Hanna on the left against Ian Dory on the right. Ben was another one of our open qualifiers. We had one of our best runs during the seeding round yesterday. See if he can keep that going under these conditions here tonight. And Ian struggled a little bit yesterday. And he knows that this is where you put on the show.
Looks like an excellent matchup.
Yeah, Ben slipped a little bit at the beginning there. Looks like he's gotten things together. Here's what they set up for the dyno. Ian Dory snatches it up.
Wow, yeah, Ian really pulling ahead quick.
Benjamin
but they
recovering.
both stuck the dyno.
Yeah, Benjamin slipped the first attempt and recovered nicely. Pull even with Ian Dory. These men are giving it all on this wall, Chris.
I love it. I mean, this is it. This is the finals round. So, like, these guys are just giving it their all, every move. If they fall off before the next competitor, they're out of the game. So they are just really giving it their all, trying to get to the top of the wall first, and it's anybody's game in this event.
Yeah, neck and neck. Ian Dory slips, going to that next hole to see if Ben can stick it. And just like that, Benjamin Hanna gonna be moving on to the quarterfinals.
Oh, wow. Very impressive. And he probably wants to finish this up, even though he doesn't have to, so he knows the top, because they all know that the top has changed. It's gotten a little easier. He's probably making the smart choice here, going to the top and getting ready for the next round. I kind of thought Ian had it there for a while, but sure enough, I'm sure those sloping holds at the top that are also wet are not easy to cling to. He's trying to figure out some new beta, since this is actually a new route. He hasn't climbed this before. And
he's been really impressive so far.
He has been. I've been really impressed.
Yeah. He's definitely a contender, I think, at this point, Chris. He's topped off the wall multiple times now. He's shown that he's got the speed.
And he seems to have that whimsy that only youth brings. Looks like he's going to do the sitting dismount.
One of our marquee matchups here, Chris Sharma and Josh Larson. Chris,
I love
obviously
watching
one of
Sharma climb.
Most famous climber.
Yeah, we even got a kind of a signature scream from Sharma in yesterday's first round when he did not make it to the top of the wall. I'm hoping we get to hear another Sharma scream. I just really enjoy, who doesn't enjoy watching Sharma climb?
They're not watching now if they don't. See, Josh coming out fast.
Yeah, I think Josh is going to give him kind of a run for his money here.
Josh qualified on Wednesday. Not surprised to see that he made it into the field. Got that combination of strength and fearlessness that you need at the Psicobloc.
Yeah, these guys are both fast little monkeys. Feet flying more than we've seen yet in this comp. The rain is pouring harder than we've seen yet, and yet they're still going for it. This is awesome.
Chris Sharma pulling out in front, but they are going move for move right now as they pull onto this head wall. Either man could win, but Chris Sharma pouring it on as the rain pours on here in Park City.
You know those last holes are soaking wet.
Chris
and
Sharma
does it.
Going to be moving into the quarterfinals. Great performance from Chris.
And Chris Sharma on top of the wall in the pouring, pouring rain.
Josh
wanting to finish anyway.
Like Claire said, the top of the wall is actually pretty wet, so Josh being careful.
Oh, that's just great.
Josh just looks relieved.
Yeah, these guys who get to the top of the wall, they're soaked. It's not from the water. It's not from a dip. This is from the rain, people. Audience is starting to shift around to try to find some cover, but they're not leaving. They're definitely not leaving. And neither are we, Brian.
We're not going anywhere, as we have one more matchup to go in the opening round of the men's final. See how this weather plays into things. We'll obviously keep you updated whenever we hear, and that was a close one.
Look at that rain just dumping into the pool. You know, we had to cancel it earlier for some, or delay it anyway, for some lightning. Fortunately, we're not dealing with that, but look at that. This is like Hollywood here. This is Hollywood, people.
It's getting biblical out here.
You can see steam coming off the lights as it's melting, or whatever, steaming. I don't know.
All right, we got Nina Williams, who's down poolside with Chris Sharma. Nina, take it away.
Chris, that was sick. I must say, did you feel just a tiny bit of glory topping out on this wall in the pouring rain?
I mean, it's so classic. I mean, what a day it's been, and at this point, we're just like psyched to climb, psyched that everyone's still here, and just having fun that we're all actually doing this in the rain.
On a scale of 1 to 10, would you say, how proud would you say of this crowd, of these competitors, of everyone out here in the rain doing it? Scale of 1 to 10.
I mean, it really is just like an exceptional crowd, an exceptional group of competitors that were sticking it through with all this bad weather and still having a smile on our face. And
I'd say none of this could have been done without an exceptional leader here. So nice job for putting all this together, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, that was awesome.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Nina. This is great. Here we are. You can see all of the rain pouring down, but Chris Sharma with a smile on his face. And I bet you all the other athletes have that same smile. People are psyched to get this competition done. And it's wet up there, but hey, that's how it goes sometimes. Rain still pouring down. You can see it in the lights. I think they might be kind of figuring out exactly how they're going to do this. It appears that we're just going to keep pressing on. Next up, it looks like we have Ben Tresco, and I can't quite see the other one.
Yeah, I can't quite see over.
Good shots at the conditions out there, though. The audience, though, is still here. It's worth pointing out that people are still sticking around. So Ethan Pringle versus Ben Tresco. I'm excited to watch these guys because both of them climbed super well yesterday. Confident they can both finish this wall easily. Of course, you never know with the rain, but yeah, these guys are really fun to watch. Ethan Pringle, of course, fresh off of climbing 515B.
And Ethan has a lot of deep water soloing experience. He's used to climbing over water, so that's not going to scare him. See how this dyno goes in a full-on downpour. Ethan charging out in front.
Now they're trying to turn on the speed now.
Ethan not climbing with the chalk bag.
That could have been a mistake to not climb with the chalk bag in these conditions. Who knows?
He might just not have a dry one.
I guess chalking up is slower too. But man, Ethan's got to pull it out here. He's got to speed up.
Ben Tresco slipping off that pinch. Ethan's going to have to control it if he wants to move on. I believe that's going to be a win of this matchup for Ethan Pringle.
Yeah, Ethan is now moving on. Yeah, gosh, it looks like Ben just got ripped off the wall by the wetness. That's too bad. But part of the excitement here. I think Ethan's wondering whether to finish, or maybe it's just so wet that he has to take his time. That would suck not having a chalk bag right now. It's like a nightmare being 55 feet up there. Wet holds, small holds, no chalk bag. But sure enough, Ethan Pringle can do it. Victorious. Ethan Pringle moving on. In my opinion, he's a real contender for this whole comp.
Yeah, no doubt, Chris. I think we have one more matchup here.
That's a great shot right there of water running off the wall. We're no longer, oh my God, Ethan Pringle is just stripped down to his little tidy yellows. That's hot, I gotta say.
What is going on? It is after 10 o'clock.
Who doesn't want to see Ethan Pringle in his underwear?
There's a first time for everything at the Psicobloc Masters, Chris.
Yep, never seen a guy take off his shorts at the top of the wall before. So yeah, the last shot we had, water was running off the wall. We're not talking about moist holds any longer, people. We're talking about soaking wet holds. And this is definitely going to change the game.
But Chris, these guys are climbing wet 513. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
That's a good point. Yeah, we've gotten word that this route is probably 513. Well, certainly 513, just not sure which letter.
When it's wet.
But when it's wet, it's a different deal. You know, this kind of reminds me of a snow day in high school. Like, that was always so fun, you know, because you never know what to expect. You have fun. You have this exciting, like, new thing. And I think that's the attitude people are having here today. It's like, well, this is unprecedented to be climbing on such wet holds. Why not call it a snow day?
This is our last matchup of the opening round here. Isaac Caldiero on the right, Jimmy Webb, the inaugural Psicobloc Masters champion, on the left.
And we're going to go to Nina at the poolside.
Hey, can I grab you for a quick interview here?
Yeah, sure.
So let me ask you the question that's on everyone's minds. What made you take off your pants at the top of the wall there?
Oh, you know, I don't know. I'm just more comfortable in my undies.
Aren't we all, right?
Yeah.
So Ethan Pringle, a.k.a. Mr. Jumbo Love, would you rate topping out the Psicobloc wall in the pouring rain as one of your top achievements?
Sorry, there's a lot of action happening up there.
This is an action sports event.
It is. This is serious action sports.
How psyched on a scale of 1 to 10 are you getting to the top of this wall in the pouring rain?
I would take that one to 11.
Louder than 11, would you say?
At least as loud.
Nice, dude. Thanks. Good job making it to the next round. We'll see you there.
Isaac Caldiero took a nasty spill there.
Another nasty spill, because he took one last year. Jimmy Webb topping out the wall. Yeah, there's Isaac. Last year he broke an eardrum. So we're going to find out what just happened with him. I think it looks like he slipped off of some wet holds and just, okay, it looks like he's okay.
Never want to see that happen, obviously. Looks like he's getting some medical attention down there.
Definitely brings up the kind of the intensity of this whole comp, Brian. We saw Sydney Trinidad get a little, I don't know, scuffed up, and now Isaac is, but that's part of the game here.
Sounds like he just got the wind knocked out of him. All right, go ahead, Nina, with Jimmy Webb.
Dude, that was a really excellent go right there. But were you psyched out at all when you saw Isaac take that crazy fall?
A little, yeah. I just heard like this loud noise, like him hitting the water and the crowd screaming. So, I mean, I was like, oh God, but kind of went away real quick because I was realizing I was slipping off the wall. So,
dude, okay, when you were climbing though, I saw this gigantic bolt of lightning just shoot across the sky, and my first thought was like, oh my God, Jimmy's gonna be the first climber to get hit by a lightning bolt on the top of the Psicobloc wall. What do you think you would have done if that had happened?
Probably nothing. I'd be like unconscious or something.
Yeah, we probably would have had to drag you out of the pool, but good job on not getting hit by lightning.
Thank you, I was trying hard.
And let's see if we can all survive this rain.
Yeah,
right. Thanks to Nina for that. And the weather is getting a little threatening out here. We're going to get an update as soon as we can. A lot of lightning off to the east. Yeah, I think we're going to shut things down for a few minutes.
Yeah, the deafening thunder and the lightning are definitely shutting things down. People are running for cover, and it looks like we're gonna have that mandatory at least 20-minute lightning break is what I'm expecting. So yeah, thanks for sticking with us, everybody. Just like last time, we came back. We're gonna do our best to come back here. We'll just have to wait for the lightning to pass. The rain obviously has not been a deterrent. So once the lightning goes, we're gonna be back with you as soon as we possibly can.
And if you're just joining us, it's been an interesting evening so far. The women's final was delayed about an hour and a half midway through. Once we resumed, did have Charlotte Durif come out on top as the 2015 Women's Psicobloc Masters champion.
And so far, the men's round has just been really exciting. Some of the final men here, that is the last few rounds, have been slipping off due to the wetness. So, yeah, we'll see. We're just going to do our best here. We're going to take a 20-minute-ish break for starters and just have to wait for the lightning to pass by for obvious safety reasons. I think lights are going to probably go out. We're going to turn off the generator, and we're going to just do our best to keep you updated. Yep, so they cut the lights. They're going to cut us off pretty soon here, but thanks again for sticking with us. And please stay tuned. Grab yourself a hot toddy, and we're going to be back as soon as we possibly can. Yeah, they're sending everybody under the awning right now, just making sure everybody stays safe, because the lightning is an actual threat at the moment, especially with this enormo pool here. This is going to be tough on the athletes, having to try to stay warm, but we're going to get through it.
Yeah, we're going to stay as long as it takes to get this final in. Wait for this rain to blow through, get everything safe, and then we'll start climbing again.
It's almost oxymoronic to call safety the #1 priority at a Psicobloc comp, but that's what we're aiming for anyway. So, yeah, we're going to not put anyone at unnecessary risk. Meanwhile, our commentating table is once again soaking wet with dripping water coming off and water running down the competition wall. All the athletes are going to go take cover, try to stay warm, try to keep the psych high if possible. And thank you, audience, for keeping the psych high. Are we off? All right, so yeah, as everybody leaves to find cover here, we're just hoping this rain will pass. Right now it's coming down pretty hard. I haven't seen lightning in a couple minutes, but yeah, just please stick with us if you can, and we'll just keep you updated on what they're deciding. What an exciting event this year, though. The rain and the lightning has just made it kind of even better in a way.
It's made it things pretty psycho.
That's right.
That's for sure.
Namesake comp, baby. I love watching Chris Sharma walk by me in a bathrobe. Something about it. Music's turned up. Hopefully some dancing somewhere. So we got most of the way through the first round. Is that right?
We did get all the way through.
All the way through.
I don't think there were any upsets. It's a little hard to get the full breakdown here as everyone's ducking for cover. But I think most of the favorites made it through there.
Yep.
The matchups were a little closer maybe than I would have expected, but this men's field is pretty deep. I think a little more so than the women's side.
Yeah, I'm excited to check out the quarterfinals. Hopefully we'll have a chance here. But yeah, that was really cool actually. Like you said, it was a really close contest between Sharma and his rival, and then some of the others. There was no super wide spread, really. So it just kind of goes to show how strong all of these men are. Together.
This is pretty much the dream format for Sean McColl. He has probably the most potent combination of strength and speed and execution ability out of any of these climbers.
Potent. I like how you put that.
One of the most seasoned competitors.
Yeah.
And he completes in all disciplines, which most of the guys don't. Most of the guys don't do speed or they don't do sport.
Yep.
But Sean does it all. And it all comes together here.
Kind of like you, Brian. Don't you do it all?
Similar.
Speed?
Very similar, yeah.
Speed, sport, and bouldering?
Speed is one of my favorite disciplines.
Yes.
Typically.
Especially on the second flat iron in Boulder.
Speed scrambling.
Yep. Oh my goodness, that was bright and close. Just saw a big bolt of lightning. Are we done here? We're still on? I'm getting laughed at by the LT11 crew.
There goes.
That's louder than 11, people. Bringing this broadcast to you live.
Definitely want to thank the entire LT11 crew. Jordan Shipman, John Glassberg, Josh Ewell, making the pictures happen. Mike the Sound Weidberg, making the sounds come at you.
Yeah.
Making sure you can hear us.
Turning on the microphone for the
secretly the most
for the
difficult
interview
job.
and when we didn't.
Want to thank Nina Williams for her help this weekend.
Nina's been rocking it as always.
Thank my wife Amy for her help as well, helping moderate the chat room.
That's right.
Help us get everything organized and out to you.
I think the pool's getting starting to overflow. It's actually filling with rainwater and spilling over. This is not a light rain anymore, people. This is a downpour. Dancing with some of the athletes here.
Great to see all the feedback from the people watching at home. Chris, I got a message that the jump off the top there might have been called a delicious 720 McFlurry, but I don't know if that's an official term or not.
Wait a minute. Did you just say delicious Mc7 what?
Delicious 720 McFlurry, but I don't. If it's on the internet, I don't think you can trust it.
I like delicious. That sounds good. Oh, it's warm in there. It's warm in that booth. Only the flames of the warmers are.
It's kind of like the Olympic torch over there.
Yeah, we're passing the Olympic torch. Hopefully we will be passing the Olympic torch in 2020 as climbers may get into that that event. We really hope so. For now, though, we're going to have to stick with kind of the nitty-gritty of competitions like Psicobloc.
This would be a pretty fun Olympics format.
I think this is what it should be like in the Olympics. This is sick.
Just
possibly an indoor one.
Just not in Rio de Janeiro's waters, that's all.
That's right. Yeah, so right now I think the competitors are kind of in the back room. They have a nice food spread. They got M&Ms, sandwiches, and they're just trying to stay warm. and we're just out here trying to do our best for this broadcast.
And I see a bunch of the athletes inside talking to the organizers, maybe having some official conversations in there about what they're going to do.
Yep.
Got route setter Stephen Jeffrey joining us. Stephen, how's it going?
Oh man,
how's
it's
your Friday?
going. I mean, as you're all viewing and watching, you can see how it's going.
Yeah.
Little out of control, but I mean, we're all having a good time.
It's just another Friday night here in Park City.
That's right.
Hey, you know, I mean, weather's something you deal with when an outdoor event. We're trying to keep a show going and keep everyone psyched, but you know, some things we just can't control.
Bringing the psycho to Psycho Comp.
Yeah, definitely bringing the crazy out of this for sure.
Yeah, it's good times. It seems like, I don't know, do you have a sense for how the competitors are feeling back there?
The competitors were super nervous to come back out because the holds are really wet, and honestly there's a huge danger factor in the landing in the water, and so dry firing is a serious issue of just coming off all crazy and landing in the water. But once the competitors, you know, they're competitors. They want to compete, they want to go, so they're just like, let's go. So
nice.
We win.
That's awesome. And yeah, what do you think? Do you have any idea at this point what's going to happen in the next half hour or so?
Well, we're on a lightning watch. The Olympic Park controls all our safety issues. They have radar checking. Anytime any lightning happens, they do a 20-minute automatic shutdown, watch the radars. After that, then they'll go back, you know, keep an eye on it, and then they can green light us to start back up. I think we're seriously cruxing now. I mean, we're past like pitch 6 and crux 7. I think we're at limit.
Yeah,
this is pretty much your dawn wall at this point.
Oh man, this is beyond. This is epic.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh wow, yeah, the lightning looks close.
The lightning's still hanging out. I think, you know, we'll just be here.
Yeah.
I think it's close.
Yeah.
And it sounds like the organizers are going to call it. It's just too dangerous to continue at this point. We tried pretty hard, I think, there. And it's just not meant to be here tonight.
We definitely battled. I don't know if you saw us up there with leaf blowers on the lid.
Yeah, yep.
We had everything we could possibly do to dry these things.
We thought the weather had moved out, and there's just more behind it. Only so much you can do.
I think it looks like it's settling in, and we're going to be just hanging out in the rain for a bit.
Yep. Do you think we're going to be hanging out waiting to possibly start again, or does it sound like it's actually...
I think it sounds like...
I think we'll probably call it. We'll probably get confirmation here in a good next 5-10 minutes,
okay.
And we might have to just call the event.
Sure.
Yeah, it looks like they're calling it.
Are you guys live right now?
Yeah, we're still kind of waiting for the official word. I mean, I think it'd be disappointing to everybody, but like Brian said, we are doing our best. We have done our best, and if they call it, it would just be for safety reasons. So we'll see whether the lightning's sticking around, and I don't know. Which there goes a lightning bolt right there.
It sounds like they're just going to try and come up with the best results that they have at this point.
100% calling it. I'm going to announce it on the Webb live feed.
Yeah, we're calling it. Yeah.
So it looks like we're bringing in official word. The weather is fully going to stay in here. We're probably going to call it out on this. Chris is going to make a couple announcements. JT will get back on the mic here, and we'll have a full confirmed update on what's happening.
All right. Well, Stephen Jeffries, thank you so much for giving us that word.
And thanks for your work all weekend. The routes turned out great.
I'm psyched the crowd hung out. I'm psyched you guys all hung out to check out our event. We did the best show we could for y'all.
For sure, and we'll be back with an update momentarily. Thanks so much. Thanks, Stephen.
All right, thanks, Stephen. So that's going to do it for the 2015 Psicobloc Masters.
All right, so we're going to just take a break here. We're going to find out exactly what the official word is, and we'll get right back with you as soon as we know what's going on. So stay with us. remain for you.
All right, that's up. We're gonna. Are the women? All the rest of the female only completed.
Hard to be there for